Chapter 1194. Between yesterday afternoon and dusk, under the cover of the first flotilla's feint attack, nearly 400 infantrymen quietly boarded the eastern cape of the Gulf of Laconia. They hid in the mountains and planned to rest for the night before heading north the next morning to the beach where the main force of the infantrymen would land. Unfortunately, they bumped into a shepherd who was herding sheep on the mountain. To prevent their whereabouts from being exposed, they detained him. Unexpectedly, the shepherd came from the small town of Minoa, not the city of Minoa on the island of Sicily in the kingdom of Dionia, but a small town on the edge of Sparta's territory, mainly populated by Pariathai, which was not far from the mountain where the infantrymen were hiding. At the request of the family of the missing shepherd, the residents of Minoa went up the mountain to look for him the next morning. To prevent being discovered early, the infantrymen had to avoid the Minoan residence and take a detour. When they hurried to the battlefield, the battle between the two sides was in full swing. Although the infantrymen of the fleet were anxious, the temporary commander of this surprise attack didn't blindly command his troops into battle. He stood high in the forest, carefully observed the situation on the battlefield, and quickly came up with an action plan. 50 soldiers with torches rushed to the campsite behind the battlefield, and he led more than 300 soldiers to attack the left flank of the Spartan army and attack the rear. His move quickly produced results. The Heloths, who were already struggling to hold on, were attacked from the rear and began to retreat. When the retreating Heloths saw the fire in the camp behind them, they screamed in horror, and panic quickly spread among the Sparta army. The Heloths and Pariathai fled in all directions, and only the Sparta warriors continued to fight. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Xenophon sighed and joined the fleeing ranks. He had to hurry back to Sparta, and maybe he could give some advice to the panicking Sparta elders. When Sicerion boarded a boat to the coast, the battle on the coast was not completely over. More than 360 Sparta warriors, including some veteran warriors, formed a circular formation and continued to fight despite being surrounded by the infantrymen and the soldiers of the 7th Legion. After Sicolian understood the situation, he believed that the Sparta army was completely surrounded. Of course, they would resist stubbornly. Thus, he gave the order to open up a path to the north. The order was quickly carried out. He had thought that Sparta would retreat quickly so that the soldiers could pursue them. However, Sparta was still fighting, and it didn't seem like they had any intention of retreating. Sicerion thought for a moment and ordered his soldiers to retreat, distancing themselves from Sparta. He was not worried that Sparta would take the opportunity to counterattack, because the Dionia soldiers not only had an absolute advantage in numbers, but also in physical strength. After all, the infantrymen of the fleet were light-armored soldiers, and the soldiers of the 7th Legion joined the battle later. The Sparta warriors, who had been fighting with all their might until now, did not have much stamina left. They were only relying on the compact circular defensive formation to support themselves. Once they switched from defense to offense, it would be difficult for them to maintain their formation. The Dionia soldiers slowly retreated cautiously, while the experienced Sparta warriors remained where they were. They stood close to each other, shoulder to shoulder. The outermost row of warriors were all in a horse stance, with one hand holding a round shield and the other holding a spear. Half of their bodies were hidden behind the round shield, with only half of their heads sticking out from the top edge of the round shield. Their cold gazes pierced through the narrow eye holes of their helmets, looking out vigilantly. Their comrades behind them not only used their shields to support them, but they also extended their spears above their right shoulders to help them fight against the enemy. The entire Spartan formation was like a hedgehog that had no choice but to huddle together in the face of danger. However, when both sides left the battle and the sounds of fighting disappeared, they could clearly hear their rapid breathing. The bronze shields in their hands were trembling slightly due to the lack of strength. Around the circular formation were the corpses of the Sparta soldiers. There were also a few wounded soldiers who had been repeatedly trampled during the battle. They were so badly injured that they could not move at all. All they could do was let out a low, mournful cry. Seeing this, Sicarion was even more confident. He walked out of the formation of the Dionia soldiers and proudly said, "I am the commander of this Dionysian army, Sicarion. Sparta people, you have failed. Surrender now, and I will spare your lives." The entire circular formation did not move. The Sparta warriors did not seem to hear Sicarion's words. After a long while, Eudamidas, who was in the center of the formation, said loudly, We can surrender. We can also allow you to occupy Port Itian and Port Hillers, but you must swear to God that you will not lead your army into the city of Sparta." After hearing this, Sicarion laughed and said mockingly, "Sparta people, you are still dreaming. Now is not the time for you to dominate Greece and show off your power. We, Dionia, have conquered Messenia and will soon conquer Sparta. Perhaps it will not be long before your families become slaves, and the Helos who were once slaves will become their masters. I just see that you are all brave warriors, and I can't bear to see you die in the wilderness and become food for the wild wolves and seabirds. That's why I pity you and allow you to surrender. Of course, I can understand why you choose to die, because after you die, you will no longer have to face the reality that Sparta no longer exists." While Sicarion was talking, he suddenly saw a Sparta soldier in front of him roaring and throwing his spear at him. Sicarion was taken aback and hurriedly stepped back. He was about 40 meters away from the circular formation of Sparta, and the opponents were all heavy infantry. He thought that this distance would be safer, but he did not expect the opponent to suddenly make such a move. The soldiers on both sides quickly rushed forward and used their leather shields to protect him. Logically speaking, the well-trained Sparta soldiers could throw javelins more than 40 meters away, and the leather shields used by the fleet's infantrymen were not good enough to defend against the javelins. However, the Sparta soldiers did not have enough stamina after fighting for so long. The javelins could not penetrate the leather shields and were easily blocked. It was just a false alarm. But Sicarion was enraged. He retreated from the formation with a gloomy face, but he did not give the order to attack. The two sides were in a strange stalemate. After a while, the Sparta soldiers saw the Dionia soldiers retreating again, and they even made a big gap in the direction of the sea. Then, less than 100 meters away, they saw 6 wooden shelves placed side by side, and some Dionia soldiers were operating something behind them. Although the Sparta soldiers had not seen the details of the ballista with their own eyes, they felt uneasy. Fire! The ballista commander released the bowstring, and the spring arms suddenly contracted. Stone bullets whizzed out and accurately smashed into the circular formation of the Sparta soldiers in a small arc. Shields flew, blood splashed, limbs were broken, chests were smashed, and heads were smashed. The originally perfect defensive formation was instantly turned into a horrible and bloody scene. The extremely dense formation of the Sparta soldiers allowed the ballista to fully unleash its power. The commander of the Sparta army, Eudamidas, did not even have the time to scream before he fell into a pool of blood. The surviving Sparta soldiers immediately realized that they would only be sitting ducks if they continued to stand their ground. "Fight to the death with the Dionia!" They roared and swarmed toward the ballista soldiers. The Dionysian army, who had been waiting for the Sparta soldiers to do this, quickly closed in. At the end of the battle, none of the Sparta soldiers surrendered. All of them were dead. The landing battle of the first flotilla was the final victory, but Sicarion was not too excited, because he saw many bodies of the fleet infantrymen when he came ashore. Hurry up and cremate the bodies of the soldiers, but keep their belongings and urns safe. Hand them over to their families in one piece in the future. Use the boats to bring the medics ashore and treat the wounded soldiers as soon as possible, said Sicarion in a low voice. He looked up at the sky and then back at the tide. The tide is going to ebb soon. Order all the crew to remove the wooden stakes in the sea and open up a channel for our rations to be transported in and unloaded at Hiller's port. Otherwise, the infantrymen of the fleet will not have anything to eat tonight, and we will have to rob the Spartans." "Understood, sir. I'll do it immediately." The subordinate took the order and left. Only then did Sicerian look forward and shouted in high spirits, "Follow me to Sparta." During the landing battle of Sparta on the coast, the Dionysian army suffered more than 1,500 casualties, most of which were injured. The casualties were mainly caused by the attacks of the Sparta soldiers on the left wing and the long-range shooting of the archers on the coast. The Sparta army suffered about 2,000 casualties, of which all the Sparta soldiers were wiped out. Most of the old Sparta soldiers also died in battle, resulting in the loss of the main combat force in Sparta's territory. Due to the stubborn resistance of the Sparta soldiers, Sicerian was delayed on the coast for a long time. He led 300 soldiers of the 7th Legion and 1,200 infantrymen north. Along the way, he did not see his own troops, nor did he see any fleeing enemy soldiers. He only saw corpses being pecked by crows from time to time, and defeated soldiers lying on the ground, wounded and howling. After traveling for almost 3 hours, the outline of densely packed houses in the distance could be seen in the distance. Sicerian also saw the large fleet of infantrymen resting in a wheat field, and soon saw its commander, Cephalodorus. Seeing that Cephalodorus' right arm was wrapped in bandages and stained with blood, Sicerian asked with concern, "You're injured, is it serious?" Chapter 1195. Cephalodorus moved his right hand slightly and pretended to be relaxed. "I was accidentally stabbed by a spear. Fortunately, my muscles and bones were not injured, and the bleeding has been stopped. I'm fine now, but I can't salute you for the time being. When the medical camp arrives, I'll let them treat you seriously. You're the hero who defeated Sparta. Don't let your wound get infected because of your carelessness and cause a serious illness. If that happens, you won't be able to enjoy any glory." "Sir, are you worried about me or are you cursing me?" Cephalodorus said with dissatisfaction. Sicerian was more casual when interacting with the senior officers of the First Fleet. He laughed and said, "You don't have to salute me for now. I'll do it later. What's the situation now?" "Sparta sent a messenger, asking for peace talks with us. I can't make the decision, so we've completely defeated the Sparta army. They have no more power left. Our soldiers can easily occupy the city of Sparta. They want peace talks at this time? They must be dreaming. Chase this messenger away, and we'll bring the army into the city." This messenger said that he's Xenophon, a good friend of His Majesty, who went to Persia with the Devers. A good friend of His Majesty? Sicerian finally showed some respect. He thought for a while and said, "I don't think His Majesty will give up the most beneficial move for the kingdom because of a personal friendship. How about this? Go tell that. Say, Xenophon, that Dionia will not accept the peace talks unless Sparta surrenders immediately." Cephalodorus accepted the order and quickly returned. "Sir, he agreed to surrender to Sparta, but the Dionysian army cannot enter the city of Sparta and harass the people of Sparta." Xenophon, who followed Cephalodorus closely, said loudly. Sicerian raised his head and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He sneered, "You won't let us enter Sparta and you won't be able to capture the people of Sparta. What kind of surrender is this?" "Sparta surrenders to Dionia and gives up all the city-states they control, only keeping Sparta's original territory. They can even accept some reforms that Dionia has made to Sparta's government. Also, Sparta and Dionia will maintain unity in offense and defense. No matter who Dionia goes to war with in the future, Sparta must fight alongside Sparta." General, during the Peloponnesus War, Athens finally lost and surrendered to Sparta. The conditions that they accepted are almost the same. Now, Sparta's surrender conditions are even harsher. It's enough to show our sincerity. Isn't that enough? Xenophon said calmly, "The conditions that you mentioned, did Sparta agree to them?" Sicerian was still suspicious. "They have given me full authority. They won't object, Xenophon said confidently. Sicarion sneered again. He stared at Xenophon and said directly, "To be honest, I don't believe in your so-called surrender. Because the main forces of Sparta are still in Arcadia. You only need to delay them for a day or two, and they will return soon. Hee. So whether it's the Sparta commander on the beach or you now, both of you suggested that we should not enter the city of Sparta so that they can rush back to save us. General, since the people of Sparta have agreed to surrender, they will keep their promise. They will never go back on their word." Xenophon said loudly, as if he was insulted. "They are the descendants of Hercules. They swear in the name of Hercules that they will never go back on their word. You make it sound like the people of Sparta are as good as the people of Dionia. But I don't believe you." Sicarion shook his head and said sarcastically, "Back then, many of the cities in Greece signed the so-called Great King's contract together. They swore to the gods. But not long after, the people of Sparta broke the contract and suddenly attacked the city of Thebes. Then what should we do to make you believe us?" Xenophon was at a loss for words, but he quickly asked anxiously. Sicarion ignored him and turned to Cephodorus. "The soldiers have rested enough, right? Gather them immediately and enter the city of Sparta. Capture all the people of Sparta." "Yes." Xenophon panicked. He went forward and grabbed Sicarion's sleeve. He said earnestly, "Wait. General, you can't do this." Sicarion waved his hand forcefully. "And him, capture him too." The fleet infantrymen and soldiers of the 7th Legion, who received the order quickly formed a long and loose horizontal formation. They stepped across the wheat fields, vegetable fields, vineyards, and sparsely populated thatched houses. When they were approaching the densely packed houses, they were surprised to see many old people, women, and even children in between the houses. They were all holding spears, short swords, and even wooden sticks. They were glaring at them. The entire Dionysian army stopped advancing. After hearing the news, Sicarion was silent for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, as expected of the country of Sparta, which was founded on military might, "Since they have picked up their weapons, they are the enemy." He told the soldiers that they could not be careless, nor could they be merciful. They had to attack them immediately. But if they put down their weapons and stop attacking, you can no longer kill them. You can only capture them. Do you understand? Understood. In the king's office in the palace of Thurii, the Devers were listening to the report of the chief of intelligence, Aristiras. "Your Majesty, we have received a secret report from Greece in the past 2 days. The General Assembly of Athens has passed the decision to join the Greek alliance and is ready to declare war on us. Currently, the entire Attica region is mobilized and has begun to prepare a large number of military supplies. At the same time, they are also cooperating with the priest of Delphi to send messengers to the surrounding city-states in an attempt to unite these city-states and declare war on us." After listening to these, Divers frowned slightly for a moment before relaxing again. With a calm expression, he murmured, "Don't be fooled by the fact that the Athenians always talk about freedom, equality, and resistance against tyranny. In fact, compared to the Spartans who were burdened by Heloth and had to focus more energy on stabilizing their own territory, the Athenians are much more ambitious. They want to control the Aegean Sea because it is the source of their wealth. They also want to control the Yoke Sea because it is the source of their food. They also want to control Great Greece so that they can threaten the alliance of Sparta and Peloponnesus. They also used to be an ally of Egypt, helping it to resist the invasion of Persia. Athens wants to build a kingdom that controls the entire Mediterranean Sea. This idea has not changed since Pericles to the rulers of Athens today. It will inevitably conflict with the interests of our kingdom and eventually lead to war. This is within our expectations. However, our army is still fighting against Sparta in Peloponnesus. If Athens chooses to launch an attack at this time, it will add a lot of trouble to us," Aristiras could not help but say. The Devers did not respond directly but asked, other than Athens, which Greek city-states have joined this alliance? Elis has received the promise from the priests of Olympia and Pisa and has decided to join this alliance. Corinth and Megara seem to feel the threat of our fleet and have also joined this alliance. Argos is still hesitating, mainly because their people do not want to help the people of Sparta. The people of Phocis have also joined this alliance under the influence of the priests of Delphi. After Phocis and Athens joined, the people of Locris also joined. The people of Thebes have announced that we are their allies and have helped them during their most difficult time. They cannot violate the oath they made to God and declare war on us. However, they will not point their spears at their neighbors who have helped them, so they remain neutral. Under the influence of the Thebes, most of the city-states of the Piotia alliance have also chosen to remain neutral. The priests of Delphi and the emissaries of Athens have gone to persuade the people of Thessaly. Now the intelligence shows that Iason is still hesitating and has not expressed his position. In addition, Athens has also sent emissaries to the western part of central Greece in an attempt to rope in the natives of Acarnania and Aetonia. As for the specific situation, we have not received any news yet. The general situation is like this. After listening to the more detailed introduction of Aristides, the Devers tapped the table with his hand and said in a low voice, "Pelopidas of the Thebes has secretly sent a letter to me, explaining to me the reasons why the Thebes have to make this choice. Considering the current environment that the Thebes are in, they have already taken a lot of risks by choosing to remain neutral. I can understand that. Athens has officially joined this alliance that opposes us, which means that most of the Ionian city-states that are led by Athens will declare war on us. Although that Iason is still watching, I think that since he has the ambition to become the overlord of Greece, he should know that this is the only chance for him to defeat us, Dionia, and achieve his goal. He will eventually join us." At this point, his tone became unusually strong. "These Greek city-states that oppose us have gathered together to fight against us. It is also a good thing that they are fighting against us. We can save time and eradicate them all at once, completely controlling the Greek mainland." Then, a trace of kindness appeared on his face. "Now that the situation in Greece is becoming complicated, this will be a good training for Clodocatak. I believe that with the assistance of several senior generals, such as Printos and Sicerion, the army that he leads in Peloponnesus will not be in too much danger." Chapter 1196. "Yes, Your Majesty," Aristides replied. He had already given them a reminder. As for what the king of Devers would do in the future, it was none of his concern. By the way, have the Macedonians joined this alliance? The Devers suddenly thought of Thessaly's neighbor, the legendary kingdom in his previous life. He could not help but ask, "Oh, I heard that Athens has also sent an envoy to Macedonia, but King Martin is seriously ill. I heard that he cannot even get out of bed, so he rejected the request of the envoy from Athens. Now, the situation in Macedonia is a little chaotic. There is also the threat of Thessaly's people in the south. Under these circumstances, the king of Macedonia does not dare to risk sending his army south to fight. Macedonia is still a weak country at this time." The Devers sighed and mumbled. At this moment there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Henoboris stood at the door and said, "Your Majesty, Prosus is here." "Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first," Aristides immediately said tactfully. "Thank you for your hard work. After you go back, continue to pay close attention to the movements of the various cities in Greece and report to me at any time," the Devers said seriously. "Yes." After the chief of intelligence of the kingdom left, the Devers specially tidied up his appearance before saying to Henoboris, "Herne, go and fetch him personally." "All right." Henoboris nodded knowingly. As soon as Leotychides walked into the office, the Devers welcomed him warmly. "Your Majesty." Although he was not wearing armor, Leotychides still gave a very formal military salute. After the Devers returned the salute, he gestured for him to sit down. Then, He sat on the wooden chair opposite him and asked with a smile, "How have you been resting these days?" "I'm bored out of my mind. I still hope that I can have something to do." Leotychides's dull face revealed a trace of pleading. "Actually, neither I nor the Ministry of Military Affairs care about your past identity. There are many people in the Senate who used to be a king, a chief general of a city-state, or a tribal leader. Many of them used to be enemies, but now they are citizens of Dionia, contributing their strength to the kingdom. Moreover, you have made a lot of contributions to the kingdom over the years." After sighing, Devers stopped smiling and said seriously, "But you have been concealing your true identity, and this concealment has a great impact on this military operation. This is why I decided to transfer you back and temporarily suspend you from the Ministry of Military Affairs. It's indeed my fault for concealing my true identity. I have no opinion on the punishment given by the Ministry of Military Affairs," Leo said seriously when he mentioned the pros and cons. "Now I have a question." Devers gently patted the armrest. "Should I call you Prososus from now on? Or Leotychides?" Leotychides did not hesitate and immediately answered, "Prososus has become a thing of the past. I am now a citizen of Prososus and Dionia, and Prososus will be my family name, which will continue to be passed down." Devers smiled and said, "2 days ago, an emissary from Egypt came to Turai and told me a piece of news. The Persia army is gathering in large numbers in eastern Phoenicia, and they intend to invade Egypt. Pharaoh Tanis of Egypt hopes that when the Persia army invades Egypt, we, Dionia, can send reinforcements to Egypt." When Leotychides heard this, he subconsciously grabbed the armrest. Sure enough, Devers looked at him and said slowly, "Egypt is our ally. During the war in the Western Mediterranean, they selflessly provided us with a large amount of food, so that we could survive the most difficult period. Now that they are in trouble, of course, we should lend a helping hand and fully support them. In addition, Persia regards Dionia as an enemy. During the war in the Western Mediterranean, they had sent reinforcements to help Carthage. In the past 2 years, they have also incited the city-states in Greece to unite against us. Therefore, helping Egypt and attacking Persia is a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The Council of Ministers of the Kingdom has passed the resolution to help Egypt. After discussing with the Ministry of Military Affairs, I think you're the most suitable candidate to be the commander of the reinforcements. Are you willing to accept this appointment and go to Persia to fight?" Of course, Leotychides, who had been idle for a period of time, was willing to accept this appointment. However, he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and asked first, "Your Majesty, may I know which legions the kingdom will send as reinforcements?" Devers praised Leotychides for being able to remain calm in such a situation. He said loudly, "Currently, we're considering 3 legions from Sicily as the main force of the reinforcements, with the Second Fleet providing support at sea. In addition, considering that Egypt's territory is vast and flat, which is conducive for cavalry to gallop, we're prepared to let the African Light Cavalry Legion participate in the expedition. Considering that the Persia army mainly relies on projectiles, we'll also recruit 2,000 Bali slingers. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" "Your Majesty, I'm willing to accept your appointment," Leotychides responded decisively. "Persia is not our Dionia. Their military mobilization will not be so fast. I'm afraid it will take some time before they actually attack Egypt. You don't have to be too anxious. Go to Sicily first and familiarize yourself with the legions you'll be commanding. Among these troops, the 8th Legion has the strongest combat power, and you're the old commander of the 8th Legion. You've led it to win a lot of glory. I believe that when you take over this reinforcement army, you'll quickly gain the support of the soldiers. However, don't assemble the troops on a large scale yet to avoid consuming the military rations prematurely. After all, the army in Peloponnesus also consumed a lot of military rations." Hearing this, Leotychides could not help but ask, When I lead the army to Egypt, what about the military rations? Pharaoh Tanis of Egypt has already made a promise in the letter that all the military rations for the reinforcements will be provided by him. Devers said calmly, Egypt has always been the main granary of the Mediterranean. In recent years, its political situation has been relatively stable. It's said that the food reserves are abundant, so you don't have to worry. Of course, the Ministry of Military Affairs will also send some supplies to you at the right time as a supplement. Leotychides nodded and did not say anything for a while. Devers looked at him, but continued, I heard that when you left Messenia, you reminded Clodocatax, don't let your guard down against the other Greek city-states other than Sparta. They have always been fickle. Now, your worries have become a reality. Many Greek city-states, led by Athens, are forming an alliance against Ionia. This will undoubtedly bring great difficulties to our strategy of controlling Greece. Moreover, if our war in Greece can't end in a short time, we'll have to reinforce Egypt here. There's no doubt that we'll fall into a dilemma of fighting on two sides. You know Greece better. Do you have any suggestions? Listening to Devers, Leotychides thought about this problem in his mind. As a commander, he certainly did not want the war in Greece to affect the reinforcement to Egypt. After a moment, he said, Your Majesty, a few years ago, the Italian Gauls were regarded as scourges by the Etruscans, Latins, and other races in the north. They were numerous, fierce, and aggressive. Even the kingdom saw them as a great threat. But Your Majesty, you gathered an army of 100,000 at once, and it only took you a few months to defeat the Gauls. Now, their territory has been annexed to the kingdom. Leotychides briefly mentioned the conquest of the Gauls. After all, he was the commander of the northern expedition to Gaul at that time. Saying too much would undoubtedly make him look like he was boasting. The war in Greece is actually a little similar to the war in Gaul. It looks like there are many city-states, the situation is complicated, and its citizens are also very good at fighting. But in fact, the Peloponnesus Peninsula, central Greece, northern Greece, and even the Ionian Islands are far smaller than the kingdom's territory. The population is also much smaller, not to mention weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies. Your Majesty can completely concentrate most of the kingdom's troops in the same way you conquered the Gauls and launch an all-out attack with a military force that far exceeds the Greek mainland. You can definitely complete the conquest of Greece in a short time. Devers stroked his chin thoughtfully. After sending Leotychides off, Devers asked Henoboris to bring a wooden map of Greece. He looked at the map alone and fell into deep thought. Acidamas walked into the mansion of the governor of Phyllis and saw Thessaly's Tarchus Iazon pacing back and forth at the entrance of the living room. He walked up to him and asked, Sir, what brings you here? Iazon recovered from his deep thought and held Acidamas' arm respectfully. He walked into the living room and invited him to sit down. Then, he said with a solemn expression, I just received news that the Dionysian army defeated the 30,000-strong army of Sparta in Tegea with the support of Persia. Sparta suffered another defeat in the battle? Acidamas was shocked by the news. For a politician who spent most of his life under the rule of Sparta, it was a little hard to accept. Yes, I heard that not only did the Dionysia defeat the Sparta army, but they also occupied Sparta's camp and captured many soldiers. They drove Sparta's defeated soldiers into the mountains and took the opportunity to capture Tegea. Iazon said emotionally. Acidamas sighed and said with some emotion, From this, even with the support of Persia, Sparta is no match for the Dionysia. Their decline is inevitable. Sir, what's your plan? Iazon sat down on a chair next to him and said, I want to hear your suggestion first. Chapter 1197. Acidamas thought about it and said, Ever since Dionysia invaded Messenia, I've spent some time investigating Dionysia's situation. In the end, I discovered that this kingdom of the western Mediterranean has actually controlled all the forces along the coast of the western Mediterranean, becoming the undisputed overlord of the Western Mediterranean. In the last 2 wars, the kingdom sent 100,000 troops and 600 to 700 warships to fight, and they were able to maintain the offensive for more than half a year. Their strength is amazing. Moreover, Daionia developed from a small city-state into a kingdom 20 years ago through constant wars and annexation. It is impossible that they came to Greece to fight Sparta just to help Thebes. Their ultimate goal must be the whole of Greece. My opinion is, either you send an envoy to Thurii to seek an alliance with Daionia to preserve Thessaly's independence, or you call the envoy from Athens who is staying in the city and ask him to join the Greek alliance. This way, we can gather the strength of the whole of Greece and defeat Daionia. At this point, Asdamas's expression became solemn. I'm inclined to the former suggestion because I don't think a temporary alliance can defeat a kingdom that has grown stronger through constant battles. Asdamas, you're always cautious. Iazon suddenly stood up and said loudly, I choose the latter suggestion. You're right, Daionia wants to conquer all of Greece. It's impossible for us to stay out of it and preserve our strength. The flames of war will eventually burn the land of Thessaly. It's better to take this opportunity to gather the strength of the whole of Greece and fight Daionia with all our might. During the Greek War of Hippo, only half of the castles in Greece united to defeat Persia. This time we, Thessaly, have joined them. Daionia is not as strong as Persia. Do you think we can't defeat them? Let's first unite with the city-states in the south and defeat Daionia. After that, we will compete with Athens and Thebes for the hegemony of Greece. What do you think? Asdamas looked at the excited Iazon and was not surprised by his choice. Based on his understanding of Tarchus, Iazon, who had always been aggressive, would hardly adopt the strategy of forbearance and retreat. But he had to remind him, if we want to form an alliance, we must distinguish the primary and secondary forces. Just like in the Greek War of Hippo, Sparta was the leader. Of course, I, Thessaly, will be the leader. I will command the entire alliance. Iazon said resolutely, not hiding his ambition. Sparta has declined, and Athens' army is not strong enough. Although the Thebes won the battle against Sparta, they do not have enough soldiers. He did not know that the Thebes were neutral. Only I, Thessaly, can form an army of more than 40,000 strong. We also have more than 100 warships, more than Athens. If we don't become the leader of this alliance, who would dare? Although becoming the leader of the Greek alliance was only temporary, as long as they won this battle, Thessaly's status in the Greek city-states would be greatly improved. The people of Thessaly would feel proud. In the past, the people of Athens and Sparta called Thessaly barbarians. Therefore, not only did Iazon have this desire, but Asdamas was also happy to see it happen. So he suggested, Sir, we can use this as a precondition to join the alliance and negotiate with the envoy from Athens. But first, invite him to inspect our army of Thessaly. Asdamas, you and I have the same idea again. Iazon applauded with confidence. I will gather my army now. In the afternoon, you will bring the envoy from Athens to the barracks outside the city. On the second day of the Battle of Tegea, Clotocatax led his army to the southeast of Tegea, near the sanctuary of Hercules, formerly the encampment of the Sparta coalition army. At the same time, he sent 5,000 soldiers to escort tens of thousands of captives back to Messenia. Most of them were citizens of Tegea. They would be sent back to Thurii, either as slaves, minors, or sold publicly. Native Greek slaves were more popular in the Thurii slave market. Firstly, they were cultured, intelligent, and easy to communicate with. Secondly, they could satisfy the colonial desire of the Greek citizens of Daionia to show off their motherland. As a result, the city of Tegea was almost empty, temporarily garrisoned by 1,000 Daionia soldiers. In addition, at the request of Tegetinos, the 3,000 soldiers of the 7th Legion, who had barely suffered any losses, quickly headed south early in the morning to seal off the border between Tegea and Sparta, intercepting the retreating Sparta soldiers. In the afternoon, the 2,000 soldiers and a delegation sent by Mandinia finally arrived at the new barracks of Dionia. They eagerly expressed to Clotocatax that Mandinia was willing to accept his proposal to take over Tegea. At the same time, they also hoped to sign a secret agreement with Dionia, forming a closer alliance and fully supporting any military operations of Dionia in Greece. The people of Mandinia were not fools. Although they coveted the land of Tegea, they knew that they were weak. If they made such a move, they would inevitably be ostracized and suppressed by the other Greek city-states, and there might even be a war. Looking at how Dionia had always maintained a good reputation for its allies, so if they wanted to completely annex this land, they had to cling to Dionia's thighs. Therefore, 500 of the 2,000 Mandinian soldiers were prepared to stay in Tegea, while the remaining 1,500 were to listen to the command of the Dionysian army and participate in the subsequent military operations to show the sincerity of the people of Mandinia. Clotocatax's goal was achieved, and he was very happy to negotiate with the Mandinian envoy. Soon, they signed a secret military alliance that excluded the Arcadia Union and limited it to only between Dionia and Mandinia. At the same time, Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, was still trudging through the mountains with the remnants of his army. Before the battle, teacher Agesilaus had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of losing the battle. He had made two plans. The first was that the Dionysian army would retreat after winning the battle, just like the Thebes. In that case, he could retreat to the camp first, reorganize a little, and then lead part of the army, with the main force of the Sparta warriors, to quietly retreat to his territory under the cover of the night. The second was that the Dionysian army would take advantage of the victory to pursue and force the routed army of Sparta into the mountains. Judging from the past battles of Dionia, this was very likely. Therefore, he had secretly informed the Sparta warriors, who were familiar with the terrain, that if such a situation occurred, they should meet at the Paragus forest and retreat to their territory. But he never expected that after the Dionysian army won the battle, after forcing the routed army into the mountains, they would still separate part of their army to continue the pursuit. These Dionia soldiers, actually the mountain scouts, ran in the mountains as if they were walking on flat ground, and they were good at hiding and ambushing, forcing the defeated Sparta soldiers to scatter in the mountains, including Agesilaus himself. If it weren't for the king's guards desperately trying to rescue him, he would have fallen into the hands of the Dionia soldiers. Not long after, night fell. It was difficult to tell the direction in the mountains, and they had to avoid wild beasts. Therefore, it was not until noon on the second day that the routed army of Sparta gathered near the Paragus forest. In the afternoon, there were less than 1,000 soldiers gathered, and most of them were Pariasi. After all, during the battle, the Sparta warriors fought on the first line. Later on, the entire right wing was attacked by the Dionia's reserve troop. It was undoubtedly much more difficult for the Sparta warriors to successfully escape from the encirclement. More importantly, Agesilaus did not see his son Archidamus appear. He was indescribably worried, but he knew that he could not wait any longer. Otherwise, without food, the soldiers would starve to death in the mountains before they could return to their territory. Therefore, he resolutely gave the order to move out, and refused the help of the guards. With the help of a cane, he hobbled to the front of the team. Under his encouragement, the tired and hungry soldiers could only follow closely. Because they did not retreat in time last night, they did not dare to march near the Tegea plains in their current condition. Otherwise, if they were discovered by the Dionia scouts, it would be a disaster. Therefore, they could only trek in the mountains, which meant that the time needed to return home would be greatly extended. On the third day, the impatient Clotocatax left behind 2,000 soldiers to guard the camp, while more than 2,000 wounded soldiers were treated and recuperated in the camp. He gathered 15,000 Ionia soldiers and 1,500 Mandinia soldiers, and marched south. Not long after they left the camp, they met the messenger sent by Tecthenus. What? The first flotilla has occupied Sparta? Clotocatax repeatedly read the battle report that was personally signed by Sicilian, and his face was full of amazement. It turned out that after Tecthenus led 3,000 soldiers to the border of Sparta yesterday, he did not capture many defeated soldiers. Later, after repeated requests from the legionnaires who were eager to gain merit, he finally decided to send 2 companies into Sparta's territory to scout out the situation. Between Tegea and Sparta was a continuous mountain range, and the best path to take was a narrow passage formed by the Irotas River valley. Ever since the Dionysian army took over Messenia, Sparta had felt a great threat. Under Agesilaus' suggestion, the Sparta people not only concentrated all their efforts on building defensive facilities on the southern coast, but also built small defensive camps in the Irotas River valley in the north and on the other 2 routes. Chapter 1198. Initially, Agesilaus planned to strengthen the defense on both the north and south, completely stopping the Dionysian army outside the country's gate. This was a passive military defense due to the lack of military strength. Agesilaus knew very well that it could not last long. Sparta, which could only be beaten passively, would inevitably be spurned by their allies and lose their supremacy. Therefore, when Persia's reinforcements landed in Corinth, he saw a chance to defeat the Dionysian army. That was why he took the risk to lead the main force north. He was originally prepared to retreat and defend if the battle failed, but things did not go as he wished previously. When the Dionysian army was building a camp in Arcadia, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade had sneaked into the northern part of Sparta's territory and had a preliminary understanding of Sparta's defense in the north. Therefore, 2 companies of the 7th Legion carefully explored along the valley. As a result, when they arrived at Sparta's defensive camp, they found that it was empty. The company captain was both puzzled and surprised. He immediately occupied the camp, and at the same time, he continued to explore the south curiously. Coincidentally, they bumped into a team of fleet infantrymen sent by Sicilian to the north to report the good news to the main force of Dionia. Now that Clotocatax saw this battle report, his mood was somewhat complicated. He had finally won a major battle with great difficulty, and would soon be able to take the great glory of conquering Sparta into his arms. However, he did not expect that this glory had already been snatched away by the First Fleet, even though the First Fleet was nominally under his command. As the chief of the General Staff Department of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Printos did not care much about sectarian views and military achievements. He was more used to thinking from a strategic level. He saw through Clotocatax's thoughts and comforted him softly. From the battle report, the first flotilla's landing operation was meticulous and ingenious, but even so, they paid a huge price. It shows that the Sparta's remaining forces are not weak. Based on our previous investigation, Sparta's defense in the north is also very tight. Moreover, the northern side is filled with mountains and ridges, making it difficult for our army to attack. It's easier for Sparta to defend themselves. If we want to invade Sparta from the north, we'll have to pay a heavy price, and the battle might even drag on for a long time. The situation in Greece is complicated. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Fortunately, the Sicilians strictly followed your orders and launched the landing operation in time. This gave us enough time to deal with the challenges of the other Greek city-states. After listening to this, Clotocatax was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed at himself and said frankly, "Lord Printos, I admit that I am a little jealous of the first flotilla's conquest of Sparta. But I think the first flotilla's success has little to do with my orders. The main reason is Lord Sicilian's ability. No wonder my father praised him as one of the best military commanders in the kingdom. But you are right. It is a good thing for our army and the kingdom that the first flotilla was able to conquer Sparta so quickly. So we should happily accept the invitation of the Sicarian, rush to Sparta, deal with the post-war affairs as soon as possible, and face the new challenge. Printos was surprised that the relatively young prince could change his mentality so quickly. During the time he spent with Clodocatax, Printos was impressed by the steady, unassuming, tireless, willing to listen to opinions, and good at getting along with others. But he was still a little surprised that the young prince could change his mentality so quickly. He was more optimistic about his future. At the same time, he said to him, "I suggest that your highness tell the soldiers this news now. Although it will cause them to be dissatisfied with the first fleet, they may have adapted to it by the time they arrive in Sparta and will not have any conflicts with the soldiers of the first fleet." Clodocatax agreed with Printos' suggestion and immediately passed the news on. Not long after, there was a commotion in the army. Although the military law and the officers did not affect the march, the soldiers of the legion kept cursing the first flotilla along the way. This made Clodocatax deeply aware for the first time of the conflict between the army and the navy of Dionia, and the deep desire of the soldiers for glory. When they were about to reach the southern border of Tegea and meet up with Tigertinus, the army encountered the members of the Arcadia Union. After the battle, Clodocatax was busy dealing with the post-war affairs and did not send anyone to inform the Arcadia Union. The Mandinian guides were eager to rush back to their motherland to inform the council of the decision of the Dionia commander, so they did not go to Megalopolis. On the second day, the members of the Arcadia Union saw the huge crowd of people returning from Tegea and passing through the territory of Megalopolis. There were Dionia troops and thousands of prisoners. They went up to ask and found out that the Dionysian army had fought a large-scale battle with Sparta the day before, and they had won the battle. Of course, they were also surprised to find out that during the decisive battle between Dionia and Sparta, the people of Tegea suddenly betrayed the Dionysian army and attacked the flank of the Dionysian army, causing a lot of trouble. So the enraged Dionysian army captured Tegea after the battle, captured the people who were still alive, and wanted to send them back to Messenia. The members of the Arcadia Union were shocked by the cruel decision made by the people of Dionia. After all, there were 3 members of the Arcadia Union among them. Despite their repeated requests and protests, the soldiers of Dionia in charge of escorting the prisoners refused to release the prisoners. So, led by Lycomedes, the members of the Arcadia Union had no choice but to rush to Tegea to plead with the commander of the Dionysian army. Coincidentally, they met halfway. Faced with the request of the members of the Arcadia Union, Clodocatax felt a headache coming on. After the battle that day, he was too angry because of Edoris's defeat and gave such an order. After a day, his emotions had calmed down, and he regretted that the order was too cruel. However, the order had been carried out, and it was welcomed by the soldiers. Changing it casually would only weaken his authority, so he could only ignore it and accept it. Now, there were people who had suffered so much that they wanted an explanation, and this made him feel very awkward. Printos saw his dilemma and offered to meet the members of the Arcadia Union on his behalf. Clodocatax expressed his gratitude. Printos rode his horse and rushed to the side of the road. As soon as he saw the members of the Arcadia Union, his face turned as cold as frost, and he said angrily, "People of Arcadia, it was your request that won our trust. That was why the kingdom formed an alliance with you. So when Mandinia was besieged, we sent our army to help. On the way, we learned that another ally, Tegea, was also attacked by Sparta and was in imminent danger. So, in order to save Tegea, we ignored the fatigue of the march and fought against the Sparta army. Who knew that it was a conspiracy? Those damned people of Tegea. They colluded with Sparta and set up a trap. They even ambushed the rear of our army during the battle, causing the army to pay a heavy price of more than 3,000 casualties. Moreover, our great king of Devers' son, General Edoris, died in battle. The people of Tegea collectively betrayed the alliance and violated the sacred oath. Of course, they must be punished severely. Even if this punishment could appease His Majesty's anger due to grief, it is still unknown. Anyone who understands the history of Dionia should know that we, the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, keep our promises, but we also hate betrayers. Now that Tegea has betrayed us at such a crucial time, we cannot help but express our deep doubts about whether your city can still honor the alliance. The members of the Arcadia Union were shocked by Printo's attitude. They did not expect that Tegea's betrayal would cause such serious consequences. More than 3,000 casualties, which was equivalent to the young and middle-aged population of Dionia. Even the son of the king of Dionia died in battle. Now, the Dionysian army had defeated the allied forces of Sparta in the battle, which had already demonstrated the strength of Dionia. The members of the Arcadia Union, who were beginning to fear the king of Dionia, were really worried that the king of Dionia would vent his anger on their city. They all began to express their stance. We, the people of Mandinia, are mortal enemies with Sparta, and we are the initiators of this alliance. We will never betray Dionia like Tegea. The mercenaries of Sparta destroyed our villages and destroyed our field. Our people hate the people of Sparta to the core, and will never cooperate with the people of Sparta. Since we, the people of Oconus, have sworn in the name of the gods and signed the alliance agreement with Dionia, we will definitely honor this agreement within the time limit and will never go back on our word. The members of the Arcadia Union were eager to defend themselves and prove their innocence. They had completely forgotten the purpose of this trip. Only the people of Tegea were pleading loudly. General, we admit that the people of Tegea have committed a grave mistake, but I'm afraid that many of them did not do it voluntarily. They were forced by the people of Sparta and the nobles of Sparta. They had no choice but to do so. I hope that you can forgive their sins. The people of Tegea will definitely be grateful and will do their best to assist the alliance of Dionia in the future. Printos looked at the people of Tegea with an unusual look of pity in his eyes and said softly, "You still don't know, right? Before our army arrived at Tegea, the people of Sparta colluded with the people of Sparta and incited the people to massacre all the people of the anti-Sparta faction and their relatives in the city. After we broke into the city, we only found a few survivors. They were the only ones who were not punished, and they are currently receiving treatment in the city. May the Hades bless you, your relatives are among them." Chapter 1199. Upon hearing this, the three Tegea counselors' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately galloped towards the north. The protagonists who had come to demand an explanation suddenly left. The other counselors of the Arcadia Union looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Printos immediately said in a deep voice, "The Sparta coalition has been defeated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, our army will soon invade Sparta's territory and completely eliminate this scourge that has caused decades of war in Greece, returning peace to the Greek people. So we can't waste any more time here. After the war is over, we will come back to celebrate the victory with you." After saying this, he even gave a military salute, and then turned his horse around. After hearing Printos' words, the counselors felt as if they were in a dream. Their ally for decades, Sparta, which had dominated Greece for hundreds of years, was going to be destroyed just like that. At this time, Printos turned around again, and his eyes fell on Lycomedes. He said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that the Tegea people tore up the alliance and ambushed our army. They are no longer allies of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia, but our enemy. The captured Tegea city is naturally the spoils of war of the Dionysian army. In order to show that we, the Dionia, have sent our army to Peloponnesus this time to fulfill the alliance and assist the Thebes in defeating Sparta, and not to covet the Greek land. At the same time, to thank the Mandinians for giving our army a lot of help in this battle, our commander has given the spoils of war to the Mandinians, and they have gladly accepted it." After saying this, Printos left like a cloud of dust, leaving behind the confused counselors of the Arcadia Union. "What do you mean by this? Don't you understand? The Mandinians want to occupy the land of Tygia." "What?" A group of people quickly surrounded Lycomedes, who was also confused about the situation, and kept asking questions. After meeting up with Tegthenus, Clodocatax led almost 18,000 soldiers into Sparta's territory. After passing through an uneven mountain road, they arrived at the Eurotas River Valley. Following the winding and narrow river valley, they finally arrived at the defensive camp built by Sparta at dusk. The small encampment was unable to accommodate so many soldiers, so the various corps and brigades had to find their own places to camp. Fortunately, no accidents happened that night. The next day, the soldiers, who hadn't slept well, set off early and continued to move forward. Finally, when the sky was bright, they walked out of the river valley and entered the open hilly area. After this arduous trek, Clodocatax had a deeper understanding of how helpful the first flotilla's conquest of Sparta was to the army. When it was almost noon, the army finally approached the first town in Sparta, Sellasia. Knowing that Sicerion was welcoming them with the high-ranking officers of the First Fleet, Clodocatax led Printos and a group of high-ranking officers over on horseback. Before waiting for Clodocatax to dismount from his horse, this dark-skinned and famous hero of the kingdom, who was dressed in a velvet suit, took the initiative to welcome him and solemnly gave a military salute. "Sir Commander, the commander of the First Fleet, Sicerion reporting for duty." Clodocatax immediately dismounted and returned the salute solemnly. He then praised loudly, "General Sicerion, congratulations on occupying Sparta's territory and creating great glory. Relying only on the infantrymen of the fleet, you successfully landed on the heavily defended coast of Sparta and defeated the defenders. This is very impressive. It has also provided great help to the entire expeditionary army, which is conducive to the implementation of the next step of our plan." Clodocatax's generous praise made Sicerion and the officers behind him very happy. Sicerion laughed and said seriously, "Commander, to tell you the truth, the reason I didn't go to see you when you took office in Messenia was actually because the first flotilla's failure to land on the coast of Sparta last time, and nearly 1,000 soldiers were killed or injured. It was my mistake in commanding, so I really didn't have the face to see you. This time, I've finally gotten what I wanted. Regardless of whether it's glory or not, I've finally let go of the burden that has been weighing on my heart. That's why I dare to come and ask for your forgiveness." Why did Sicerion, who had always thought highly of himself, put down his pride this time and took the initiative to show goodwill to the young commander? It was mainly because he had been in a high position for years and had some political wisdom. He gradually realized the reason why the king of Devers, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, let the young Clodocatax be the commander-in-chief in such an important war. For the sake of the rest of his life and the future of his children, he had to remain humble to make up for his previous mistake. As soon as his voice trailed off, a heavy snort came from behind Clodocatax. "Since the first flotilla is so powerful and can fight on both land and sea, if there's a war in the future, we might as well let the first flotilla handle it alone." Sicerion fixed his eyes on the speaker. It was Olivers, a very experienced veteran in the army. Although Sicerion was not afraid of him, there was no need to offend him and leave a bad impression on Clodocatax. So, he smiled and said, "The first flotilla was able to capture Sparta because you led the army in the territory of Arcadia and attracted the attention of the main forces of Sparta. Besides, I also heard that you had a fierce battle with the Sparta army in Tygia and completely defeated the Sparta army. This was also a brilliant victory. Without this victory, without our army, even if the first flotilla occupied Sparta, it would still be recaptured by the main forces of Sparta in the end." Sicerion's words were reasonable, which made the commanders feel very comfortable. The displeased looks on their faces quickly disappeared. This also greatly changed Clodocatax's impression of Sicerion. He took over the conversation and said seriously, "It was by relying on the cooperation and joint efforts of the army and navy that we won the victory against Sparta. Next, we still need the close cooperation of the army and navy to successfully defeat the armies of the Greek city-states that are hostile to Ionia. But now we have to deal with the aftermath of the defeat of Sparta as soon as possible so that we can deal with the challenges of the other Greek city-states. Sir Sicerian, how is the situation in Sparta now?" Sicerian glanced behind Clodocatax and felt a little strange. He was a little familiar with Tessus, the newly appointed commander of the First Legion. He was a very active guy, but now he seemed a little quiet and a little uneasy. However, he had no time to think about it now. He first answered the young commander's question. "We have imprisoned all the people in Sparta. Now the entire city of Sparta, including the surrounding villages and towns, has been occupied by my fleet infantry and soldiers of the 7th Legion. I'm afraid you didn't expect that when our landing troops approached the city of Sparta, the main defensive force of Sparta had been destroyed. They actually organized the elderly, women, and children in the city to fight us. You didn't kill too many people, did you?" Clodocatax blurted out. Sicerian glanced at him and said, "No, because we know very well that the people of Sparta are more useful than the dead. At that time, I launched an attack with the soldiers of the 7th Legion and quickly defeated the people of Sparta. But in the process of capturing them, some people resisted strongly and injured many of our soldiers. Now, many Heloths have fled to the mountains, and the Piraeussi are hiding in their own villages and towns. We are all watching. I don't have many troops under my command. It's not easy to control the villages and towns of Sparta, so now I'm eagerly looking forward to your arrival." Sicerian's frankness made it difficult for Clodocatax to say anything more in this regard. He just asked, "Have you found any defeated soldiers from the north these days?" No news in this regard for the time being. Sicerian's answer made Clodocatax frown slightly. "Don't worry, Commander. We have the people of Sparta as hostages. The defeated soldiers of Sparta can only surrender. I used this method to force the dozens of Sparta soldiers stationed in the northern defense camp to surrender," Sicerian comforted him. Clodocatax pondered and said, "General Sicerian, before coming to Peloponnesus, my father told me that he does not intend to annex the land of Sparta, but to change the political system of Sparta and turn it into a friendly ally of the kingdom." Sicerian was surprised to hear this. After all, he was not very good at government affairs. He could not help but remind Haurin, although the elders and inspectors of Sparta have become our captives, they are very stubborn and will not surrender easily. What should we do to make them obey us? Previously, with divers' advice, during this period of time in the Boroponnesian Empire, Clodocatax had also repeatedly pondered and brewed according to the actual situation. He already had some plans in his heart. He said confidently, "We can first." The group of people talked as they walked in the direction of Sparta. After more than an hour, they saw two tall bronze statues standing on both sides of the road in front of them. They only wore Corinth helmets, revealing their strong bodies. They were holding shields, spears, and sabers in their hands. They were in a charging posture while roaring, as if to deter any strangers who wanted to enter the center of Sparta. "Sparta is in front of us," Sicerian said. Everyone was excited. After going around the bronze statues, they began to see sparse thatched houses in front of them. They were no different from most of the houses they saw in Myrcenia. Clodocatax knew that these were the houses where the Helots lived. Chapter 1200. As they moved forward, the number of thatched houses decreased, and the number of traditional Greek courtyards increased. However, the outer walls of these houses were not decorated with any fancy decorations. Instead, they looked very simple. Each house was built according to the terrain and the stream, and it did not feel crowded at all. Trees, wildflowers, and weeds were planted in front of most of the houses. In this season of spring, birds were singing, streams were flowing, and flowers were in full bloom. Bees and butterflies were flying. The air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of vegetation. These houses were submerged in a sea of colorful plants. Perhaps this was the unique aesthetic of the people of Sparta. It was full of the vitality of the countryside. This is Sparta. It's like a village. Tiltotus, the eldest son of Leotychides and now an attendant of Clodocatax, had a disappointed look on his face. Tiltotus grew up in Dionia. For some reason, Leotychides never told his children about Sparta, so he did not have any special feelings for Sparta. After learning about his identity, he felt that it would make him stand out among the citizens of Dionia. Clodocatax agreed to Leotychides' request to let Tiltotus stay by his side. In fact, he did not order Tiltotus around as an orderly. On the contrary, he treated Tiltotus as if he was his own brother. After spending some time together, Clodocatax felt that Tiltotus and Bryance were quite similar in personality and age. Therefore, when he entered Sparta this time, he deliberately brought Tiltotus with him. It was out of good intentions that he wanted Tiltotus to have a good look at his hometown. As a result, the young man who was used to the prosperity of Tulii obviously did not fancy the simple and crude Sparta. "Hey kid!" A strange smile appeared on Oliver's face. "When there's a chance, I'll take you to the Lagonda Pass that leads to Messenia from Mount Taygetos. I heard that there's an unfathomably deep canyon there. The Spartans would throw newborn babies that weren't strong enough into the canyon. After hundreds of years, who knows how many baby skeletons have accumulated in there?" Tiltotus glared at him fiercely and turned his head away, ignoring him. "Army Commander Olivers, saying such disgusting things at a time like this is affecting our mood," Printos said half-jokingly, half-complaining. "This isn't the only disgusting thing the people of Sparta have done. Luckily, the merciful Hades sent us here," said Olivers with a sigh. Hearing this, Tiltotus felt even more disgusted with Sparta. "That should be Sparta's citadel, right?" Clodocatax asked loudly. Following the direction of his finger, there was a hill that wasn't too high in the middle of the low houses in front of them. On top of the hill stood several tall temples. The walls of the temples were built with dark red marble. Looking up from below, the temples looked majestic and dignified, but there were no surrounding walls, so Clodocatax didn't dare to be certain. "That can be counted as Sparta's citadel, the Temple of Athens na Chakro Rock," replied the Sicarian. The citadel of a Greek city-state was not only the center of worship for the people of the city-state, but it was also the last fortress against foreign invaders. Usually, it was surrounded by stone walls as a defensive barrier. However, since the people of Sparta were confident that they didn't need walls to defend their city, they probably didn't need to build a citadel wall either. But now they might be regretting it, thought Clodocatax. He couldn't help but ask another question that puzzled him. Don't the people of Sparta worship Zeus and Hercules? Why do they worship Athens na in their citadel? Sicarian shrugged. There's a smaller temple of Hercules on the top of this hill, but the citadel is indeed dominated by Athens na. As for why, I can't answer that. Maybe I should ask an old man from Sparta? The people of Sparta worship war, and Athens na is the goddess of war and wisdom. I'm afraid it has something to do with this, Printos said. Since the people of Sparta like to fight, it might be more appropriate to worship Ares, the god of war, Olivers chimed in. Actually, the people of Sparta are very particular about strategy in war. They usually don't act recklessly, which coincides with the god of war and wisdom that Athens na is good at. On the other hand, the barbaric and ferocious Ares is not popular among the Greek people, and few city-states worship him. I heard that he is respected by the people of Thrace in northern Greece. Clodocatax could not help but share his speculation. As they talked, they came to the front of the Temple of Hercules in Athens na. It was all flat ground and stairs paved with large stone slabs, extending up to the temple step by step. It was completely different from the bumpy dirt road they had been on before. "Commander, do you want to take a look at the temple?" Sakarian made an inviting gesture. Clodo Katax hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Clodo Katax graduated from the Turii school with excellent result. He knew very well that the temple in the Acropolis of a Greek city-state was different from the one in the kingdom of Dionia. In Greek city-states, ordinary people were not allowed to enter the main hall, only priests who could communicate with the god could enter. Therefore, the gate of the temple was usually guarded by guards. However, now that the people of Sparta were all captives, it was impossible for anyone to guard their Acropolis. Although he entered the temple as the victor, he did not intend to desecrate the faith of the people of Sparta with an arrogant attitude. If Clodo Katax did not go up, the other generals would be too embarrassed to do so. The Temple of Hercules in Athens now was located in the center of the city of Sparta. As they walked along the flat stone road, they were surrounded by tall bronze sculptures and magnificent buildings. An open-air sports arena, a civic meeting hall that looked like a theater, a public cafeteria that was dozens of meters long, the altars of various gods and heroes, and a victory column surrounded by the statues of the famous kings of Sparta. The square was mainly used for citizens' daily training and gathering during wartime. Here, the city of Sparta finally showed the air of a Greek hegemon that was far beyond that of a village. In the past, many people of Sparta would wander in this area every day, and many people of Sparta, young and old, would also train and fight in this area. It must have been a lively place. But now, except for the patrolling teams of Dionia soldiers, there was no one else in sight. Clodo Katax could not help but ask, "General Sakarian, where are you imprisoning the people of Sparta?" "Some of them are imprisoned in the training ground of the warriors of Sparta in the southeast, mainly women and children. Others are at the port, helping us to unload and unload supplies. Both places are heavily guarded, so there is no way they can escape." Clodo and Carticus nodded. Then, they saw a bronze statue that was about 10 meters tall standing not far in front of them. The statue was of a fully armed Spartan warrior. He held his head high and chest out. His eyes were firm and determined. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand. He gave off a firm and unyielding aura. All kinds of wildflowers were planted around the statue, and they were blooming in this season, giving the cold statue a little more vitality. "This is the tomb of Leonidas, the king of Sparta." Sakarian pointed at the statue, and his relaxed expression faded. "The one who died in the battle at Hot Spring Gate?" Tegtinos asked excitedly. "That's right, it's this hero," Sakarian replied in a deep voice. Everyone's expression suddenly became solemn. Leonidas, the king of Sparta, led 300 warriors to defend Hot Spring Gate, and resisted the hundreds of thousands of Persia's army, stopping them from advancing even an inch. In the end, all of them were betrayed by a traitor and died in battle. This was a legendary story that was known by all in Greece, and it was still popular even after 100 years. The people of Sparta erected a statue for this king, who had won a great reputation for the city, for people to worship, probably hoping that his brave and selfless spirit of sacrifice would be passed down among the people. Although Clodo Katax and the others were enemies, they also paid respect to this hero of Sparta from the bottom of their hearts. After a while, everyone turned to leave, and Sakarian suddenly sighed proudly. "Unfortunately, the era of Sparta is about to end. Maybe in the future, the stories of our heroes of Dionia will be passed down among the people of Greece." "Many of these stories must be about you, Sakarian," Olivers joked. "I think that day is not far away." Clodo Katax immediately took over and encouraged everyone. Under Sakarian's lead, everyone strode with longing towards a grand building not far away that was also built with red marble. This was the highest authority of Sparta, the council hall. It was the office of the Council of Elders and the 5 censors, but now it would become the place where Clodo Katax and the other generals would discuss how to deal with Sparta. A few hundred years ago, a group of Dorians who came south from the north of Greece occupied the plains of the Trotas River and built many villages. They were called the Laxidian Dream, and this land was called Laconia by them. As time went by, one of the villages rose and won the right to rule over the other 4 villages nearby. From then on, they united and built a town called Sparta, and they had their own king. Not long after, they began to wage war against the other villages of Lacidic Dream. However, at the same time, several towns were also rising in other parts of Lagria. Sparta did not have enough power to conquer the entire region. Instead, it allowed the other villages to unite and fight against it. Chapter 1201. During this difficult period, a town in the south had a civil war. The king of the town led his loyal people to join Sparta. Sparta's strength was greatly increased, and with their help, they finally won the war against Laconia. Thus, Sparta established itself as the leader of the region. The Lacedaemonians of the surrendered villages were then known as Pariasi. They had personal freedom and the right to deal with local affairs, but they had no political rights in Sparta. They were also placed under the supervision of military commanders sent by Sparta to ensure that they could serve in the army and farm the royal estates. The conquered villages, even if they were once compatriots, were mercilessly reduced to slaves. This was the origin of the heliotrope. From this time on, Sparta established a dual monarchy. One was a native Sparta king, who came from the Agidae clan, and the other was a former king from the south, who came from the Eulopontides clan. Now, Clotocatax wanted to use this great opportunity to conquer Sparta to completely overthrow the original political structure of Sparta and establish a new political system. He sent messengers to the various Pariasi villages, inviting them to come to Sparta, and promised them that Dionia would not harm them, but would give them the right to participate in the establishment of a new Sparta. In addition, he personally talked to the captured Pariasi soldiers and released them. At the same time, he also sent messengers to Messenia to summon a group of heliotrope citizens of New Messenia. He asked them to meet the heliotrope hiding in the mountains, and used their own example to persuade the frightened and starving heliotrope to come down from the mountains and cooperate with Dionia. At the same time, Clotocatax did not talk to any Sparta people. Just as he finished arranging these tasks and quietly waited for the arrival of the Pariasi and the heliotrope, he suddenly received a report from the garrison of the Trotas River. They intercepted nearly 1,000 Sparta routed soldiers from the north. When these routed soldiers learned that Sparta had been occupied, they surrendered without a fight. Among the captured routed soldiers was the king of Sparta, Agesilaus. When Clotocatax heard the news, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. The capture of Agesilaus and his army had eliminated the last worry in his heart. He could now freely carry out his plan in this land. To prevent any accidents, he also sent a heavy infantry brigade to escort these Sparta routed soldiers. A day later, Clotocatax saw the captives at the entrance to the north of Sparta. They were ragged, unkempt, and walked unsteadily as if they would fall at any time. Clotocatax now understood why the garrison of the camp could easily capture nearly 1,000 routed soldiers with only 200 people. He and the general's eyes were focused on the leader of the Sparta people. White hair, beard, gray face, thin as a stick, his left leg was curled up, and he was holding a cane. He staggered forward with the help of others. Only his eyes were full of spirit. Seeing Clotocatax and the others in front of him, the old man pushed away the people who were supporting him and stubbornly walked forward with difficulty. "Dear King Agesilaus." Clotocatax did not put on the arrogant attitude of a victor. Instead, he said in a gentle tone, "Hello. I am the commander of Dionia, Clotocatax. I know you, the son of Devers." Agesilaus seemed to be calm at the moment. He said in a hoarse voice, "This time, Sparta has lost. I want to know how you are going to deal with the people of Sparta." His voice was trembling when he said the last sentence, but it still revealed the worry in his heart. Clodocatax's lips curled into a mocking smile. He said in a serious tone, "They have all been imprisoned. Many of them are still unwilling to accept the fact that they have lost. It seems that they still have hope in the coalition army led by you." Agesilaus was silent for a long time. Then, he looked straight at him and said in a deep and meaningful voice, "A loss is a loss. The city of Sparta has been occupied. What else is there to look forward to? However, for the past few decades, Sparta has been very influential in the whole of Greece. If Dionia wants to thwart Persia's conspiracy and dominate these cities in Greece, Sparta can still provide you with great help." This old man, who was known as the toughest pro-war faction of Sparta, actually showed an attitude of wanting to actively cooperate with him. This surprised Clodocatax. He calmed himself down and replied, "Our plan to deal with Sparta has been confirmed. I believe you will know about it soon. When the time comes, I hope that you will lead the people to actively cooperate with us." Agesilaus looked at him deeply, then turned back to look at the defeated soldiers who passed by him. "Okay, but before that, I hope that you can let us take a good bath and have a good meal." "Don't worry, we will arrange it," Clodocatax said with a complicated expression. "I have good news for you. Your son, Archidamus, was injured and escaped into the mountains. In the end, he fell into a coma due to the infection of his wound. His guards carried him out of the mountains and surrendered to us. He is now being treated by our doctors in Tegea. When I left, he was still unconscious, but his physical condition is much better than before." Archidamus was Agesilaus' only son and a direct descendant of the Agedi royal family. Hearing this news, Agesilaus' worry was relieved. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "It is the glory of Sparta warriors to die on the battlefield. Too many Sparta warriors have died in this war. But no matter what, thank you for your rescue. The more Sparta warriors there are, the better." Clodocatax looked at Agesilaus back in shock. After a while, he turned around and said to Sicerian and the others in a deep voice, "This king of Sparta has probably been wandering in the mountains for a few days and is so hungry. It was not easy for him to walk back, and he learned that all of Sparta has been occupied. Yet, he can still be so calm. He is really not simple, but I hope that he can still be so calm after knowing our plan to reorganize Sparta." There was a hint of resentment in Clodocatax's words, which surprised Sicerian. Of course, he did not know that Clodocatax blamed the death of Adoris on the commander of Sparta, Agesilaus. Some of the Herods who escaped to the mountains listened to the advice of the messengers from Messenia and returned to Sparta. Just as the messengers said, not only did the Dionysian army not capture them, but they also arranged accommodation for them and distributed food to them. This prompted more starving Herods to run down the mountains. After listening to the persuasion of the messengers from Dionia, the people of the villages of Pariaci doubtfully sent their representatives to Sparta to discuss matters. A few days later, Clodocatax invited the representatives of Pariaci and Herods into the meeting hall of Sparta. He let them sit on the wooden chairs that the elders of Sparta used to sit on. After everything was ready, Clodocatax stood in front of the meeting hall and looked at the restless representative. He said in a gentle tone, "Everyone, today is an important day for you. First of all, please allow me to call you the Lacitic Dream. Do not be surprised. Whether it is you Pariaci or you Herods, you were once the same race as the people of Sparta. But a few hundred years ago, your ancestors were defeated in the war against Sparta's unification of Legania. Not only did you lose your land and rights, but you were also deprived of your true race name. Those who surrendered became Pariaci, and those who were captured became Herods." At this point, Clodocatax's words caused a huge commotion in the meeting hall. Although the Pariaci had a bit of inheritance, the history of the Pariaci had long been blurred after a few hundred years. On the contrary, the Sparta people had been purposely spreading the story, and it became clearer and clearer in the memory of the generations of Pariasai. They were immigrants from outside, and after reaching an agreement with the people of Sparta, they were allowed to settle at the border of this land. The situation of the Herods was even worse. They were slaves for generations, and the people of Sparta would never let them learn to read. Therefore, most of them were illiterate. Under the education of the people of Sparta, they had no choice but to serve the people of Sparta for the rest of their lives. They did not know the history of their race, and they did not even know the names of their parents. They lived numbly, without hope. But today, someone suddenly told them, "You are the same as the people of Sparta. You were once the masters of this land." This completely subverted their previous understanding, and they were all shocked like never before. They discussed with each other suspiciously, and even mustered up the courage to ask Clodo Catax. The scholars of Dionia have specialized in the history of Sparta, and we have obtained some very precious information that can prove that you were once the people of Lacitic Dream. If you want to see it, when the situation in Greece stabilizes in the future, I will invite you to the library of Turii to read these treasures. Now, what I want to tell you is that the reason why the Dionysian army attacked Messenia is to let the Messenians, who were once enslaved by the people of Sparta, regain their independence. You have communicated with them before, and you should know that we, Dionia, have done what we said. Now, one of the important reasons why Dionia attacks Sparta is to let you, who are now enslaved, regain your lost land and rights, and become the real masters of Lagania. Chapter 1202. As soon as Clodo Catax's voice trailed off, the people in the hall burst into an uproar. Both the Pyrrhiasai and the Heloists were excited to realize that the people of Dionia did not lie to them. It seemed that the people of Dionia were really going to fulfill the promise they made when the messenger persuaded them to come to Sparta. A Pyrrhiasai representative stood up excitedly and asked, "What do you want us, the Pyrrhiasai, to do? Are you going to give us the land of Sparta? And you want us to move into Sparta?" Another Beliasai representative asked immediately, "Are you going to let us replace the people of Sparta and elect our own king? Then let him lead us to rule the land of Lagania? What era is this? You still want a king to rule? Isn't Dionia the kingdom that will save us?" Compared to the Pariathai who were arguing fiercely, the Heroi who were also a little excited appeared cautious. Under the influence of such a heated atmosphere, a representative of the Heroi finally stood up and asked hesitantly, "My lord, you want us to occupy the land here too? The original owners of these lands will be very angry. They will definitely retaliate fiercely. They still have many warriors outside, and they have many allies outside. They will form a new army and attack again. When that time comes, we will." "Idiot! Coward!" The Pyrrhiasai representative who stood up first pointed at him and scolded loudly. "To tell you the truth, I was recruited by the people of Sparta and went to Arcadia to fight against the Dionysian army led by my lord. The tens of thousands of Sparta's troops were easily defeated. I escaped into the mountains and escaped from the pursuit of the ferocious Dionia soldiers. After that, on the way back to Sparta, I met a few Sparta-defeated soldiers. From them, I learned that the main force of Sparta was surrounded and suffered heavy losses. So, I crossed the mountains and did not return to Sparta directly. Instead, I sneaked back to the village. When your messenger arrived, I was the first to respond. I have fought with the people of Sparta many times, and I know very well that the people of Sparta have completely failed. They no longer have enough young men to fight against the great Dionysian army, and it is impossible for them to recapture your city. So, I firmly believe that my lord is strong enough to fulfill your promise. The people of Pyrrhiasai are also very willing to help you build a new city on the land of Lagania. As for these Heloists, they are used to being enslaved, and they are very afraid of the people of Sparta. They don't even dare to say the name Sparta. They don't deserve to sit here. I think they should continue to be slaves." His words finally aroused the anger of the representatives of the Heloists. They finally saw the hope of freedom, so how could they be willing to be enslaved again? This vision of the future finally allowed them to overcome the fear in their hearts. They began to curse the oppression and persecution of the people of Sparta. At the same time, they also accused the Piraeusai of being the accomplices of the people of Sparta. After that, they humbly expressed that they were willing to obey the command of Clotocatax and do their best to complete the various tasks given by him. The hall became very noisy, but Clotocatax was happy because the enthusiasm of the people of Piraeusai and Helioists had been aroused. He coughed a few times and said loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to me first." However, the noise did not stop until the soldiers who were responsible for maintaining order in the hall intervened. Only then did they obediently quiet down. Clotocatax looked at the representative of Piraeusai, who helped him a lot, and asked with interest, "What's your name?" "Fernida." The man straightened his back and said loudly. Clotocatax nodded, then looked at the other people in the hall, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "As the conqueror of this land, on behalf of the kingdom of Dionia, in the name of the holy Hades, I declare that from today onwards, whether it is the people of Piraeusai or the Helioists, they will be free and become the citizens of the new Sparta, with all the rights granted by the state. I ask you to return immediately and tell your compatriots that within 4 days, the people of Piraeusai and the Helioists must each elect 10 people with outstanding ability. They will become the counselors of the new Sparta under the guidance of the kingdom of Dionia. They will appoint and promulgate new laws, redistribute land to the citizens, and arrange new residences and villages. I also ask the people of Piraeusai and the Helioists to each elect 2 people of high moral standing. They will be the censors to supervise the implementation of these plans by the new counselors. If there is any unfair behavior, they will report it to us, and we will punish them." As soon as Clotocatax's voice trailed off, the hall burst into cheers. Many of the Helioists even shed tears of joy. At this moment, they realized that the commander of Dionia was not just saying it. He was really going to let them, who had been enslaved by the people of Sparta, be free, become citizens, and have their own land and rights. The days when they had to hide from the hunting of the young Sparta warriors were finally over. While the people of Piraeusai were excitedly talking about the candidates of the new counselors, and the Helioists were grateful and praised the kindness of Dionia, Clotocatax spoke again, "Please be quiet, I have something to say." This time, the hall quickly returned to silence. "I have to remind all of you," Clotocatax said with a serious expression, "I just said, whether it is the Helioists or the people of Piraeusai, they must each elect 10 counselors and 2 censors within 4 days, no more and no less. Otherwise, they will be regarded as disrespecting the decision of Dionia, and they will be disqualified from participating in the establishment of the new government of Sparta." The excited crowd was dumbfounded when they heard this. The people of Piraeusai were better off. Although most of them had escaped into the mountains, they were relatively concentrated, and they were relatively close to the city of Sparta. Now that they had left the mountains, they could complete the task within 4 days. However, the people of Piraeusai were different. They had their own villages, and they were scattered in the remote corners of Lagania. For example, Port Itian near the west promontory, Minoa near the east promontory, Placia near the east promontory, and the coastal town of Placia in the middle of the east were not only very far from each other, but they also had to cross the mountains. Within 4 days, each village could only elect their own candidates, but the total number of people would definitely exceed the required number of candidates, and there was no time to gather them together again to determine the final candidate. "Sir, can you give us a few more days?" Fernida begged Clotocatax, and also told him about their difficulties. The other representatives of Piraeusai also agreed, and now it was the turn of the Helioists to gloat. Clotocatax, who was easy to talk to before, now had a stern face and said in a firm tone, "The Dionysian army has other important things to do, and we can't stay here for too long. The establishment of the new government of Sparta is an important matter, and it is related to the stability of Legania. There will be many things to do, and time is running out. 4 days is enough, and we can't give you more time. Fernida and the others were disappointed, and they were ready to continue begging. Clodocatax took the opportunity to say loudly, "I have a suggestion that can solve your problems. Hurry back to your villages, and inform all men over the age of 18 to bring enough rations to the city of Sparta. Gather at the open-air hall where the Sparta people will hold the citizens' meeting, and jointly elect a qualified candidate. This is both fair and saves time. If you plan to do this, I will lend you horses so that you can hurry back as soon as possible. Heloists, you can also adopt this method, and elect the person who will govern Legania at the meeting where the Sparta people decide the important affairs of the city. Doesn't that mean that you have become the new master of this land?" Clodocatax's words were the first to receive a positive response from the Heloists, who agreed to carry out this seemingly good suggestion without hesitation. The representatives of Pelosi were a little hesitant, but under the influence of the Heloists, they finally agreed. After all, the noble and amiable prince of Dionia had patiently shown them a series of feasible plans to govern Legania, and it was impossible for him to have a conspiracy to wipe out the Pelosi in one fell swoop. After the decision was made, the people were eager to leave and rush back to inform their compatriots. Only Fernida could not help but ask, "My lord, what are you going to do with the people of Sparta?" Fernida's words made the people who were in a hurry to leave stop in their track. Clodocatax said calmly, "If the people of Sparta agree to the plans I have just mentioned, then they will be citizens of the new Sparta government, and they will govern this new country together with you. But if they object," Clodocatax's tone became more serious, "then they will have to spend the rest of their lives in the camp of the kingdom of Dionia. Don't worry, even if they live here with you in the future, they will not pose any threat to you, because among the Sparta people we have captured, there are less than 400 young men. Even if there are defeated soldiers returning, there will not be more than 500 of them, and the combined population of your two tribes is more than 10 times that of theirs. Besides, our army is here, so you don't have to worry at all." Chapter 1203. With Clodocatax's assurance, the crowd felt more at ease. In addition to the fact that they were in a hurry to leave, they temporarily threw this troublesome problem to the back of their mind. Clodocatax also specifically ordered his men to prepare rations and horses for them. Clodocatax's warm-hearted behavior completely dispelled their doubt. After sending these people away, Clodocatax heaved a sigh of relief. But he quickly regained his spirits and walked to a room next to the meeting hall. Even if the Helaioth were cowardly and clumsy, Clodocatax would not agree to the initial suggestion of the Pelosi to exclude the Helaioth from the management of the new government. Without the Helaioth's restraint, the Pelosi would become the new Sparta in a few years. Of course, he would not allow the Sparta to be marginalized in the new government. On one hand, with the existence of Sparta, Dionia could confidently face the doubts of the Greek city-states who were concerned about Sparta and argue that they did not destroy this ancient city-state, but merely changed its political system, just like what Sparta did to other city-states when it was strong. On the other hand, allowing the weakest Sparta to join the new political system might make the new Sparta's political situation more stable, and it would be more beneficial to Dionia's control over Sparta. After saluting the Dionia soldiers at the door, Clodocatax gently pushed the unlatched wooden door open. Inside the room were 30 Sparta elders led by Agesilaus and 5 censors. It was a little crowded, but the assassins were unusually quiet. This was a little out of Clodocatax's expectation. His gaze slowly swept across everyone's face, and finally, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Although these Spartans appeared to be very calm, they could not conceal the anger in their eyes. "Everyone, I believe that you have heard what I said in the venue just now, and I'm afraid that you have already discussed it. Now, can you tell me your decision?" As soon as he finished speaking, a younger censor could not help but roar, "You are humiliating the people of Sparta. As the descendants of Hercules, we will never cooperate with the filthy and lowly Helios." Cough, cough, cough. Agesilaus suddenly coughed loudly and turned around to look at the censor coldly. The censor's roar came to an abrupt stop. Agesilaus coughed again, then looked at Clotocatax and said calmly, "We, the people of Sparta, have no other choice but to listen to your arrangements. But I want to know how the people of Sparta should cooperate with the Palaeosi, and those Helios to establish a new Sparta government?" Clotocatax did not directly. Instead, he looked at the Sparta man who roared earlier. "Sparta," said. The man glanced at Agesilaus, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth. "Yes. If we don't do this, do we have any other choice?" Agesilaus then said loudly, "If we, the people of Sparta, accept the fate of the Helios, we might as well choose death." His words were not so much a reply to Clotocatax, but a reminder to the people of Sparta. They were all dejected and silent. "It seems like you have reached a consensus. That's good," Clotocatax deliberately said loudly. The unwillingness and pain in their eyes made him feel a little better. The people of Sparta must also elect 10 counselors and 2 censors within 4 days to form a new government of Sparta together with the candidates elected by the Palaeosi and Helios. 30 counselors, 6 censors, Agesilaus said with a probing gaze. He deliberately said softly, "It sounds similar to the previous Sparta." "No, there is a difference," Clotocatax answered straightforwardly. "They are only responsible for the operation of the entire government. The designation and promulgation of laws and major decisions have to be discussed and approved by the General Assembly. All citizens of New Sparta have the right to participate in this assembly." Speaking of this, Clotocatax also deliberately said, "Of course, the previous Sparta also had a General Assembly, and it is indeed somewhat similar." Everyone's expression changed slightly. The General Assembly of Sparta had always been a pretense. The real supreme power lay in the Elder Council. However, the new government created by the people of Dionia had completely changed the power structure of Sparta. An elder could not help but ask, "What about the king?" Clotocatax said loudly, "The new Sparta will no longer have a king. We will elect 2 consuls for a 1-year term, and they will be mainly responsible for commanding the army in battle." Everyone subconsciously looked at Agesilaus. Agesilaus, on the other hand, looked very calm as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He asked, "When can you release the people of Sparta from imprisonment?" "After the new Sparta government is established. Our people are all locked up. How can we carry out the election?" Someone protested. "Tomorrow, all the adult men of Sparta will be gathered at Hillersport for the election." "I have one more question." Agesilaus looked at him and asked seriously, "I just heard you say that you want to distribute land to the Pariasis and the Helios. In other words, you want them to take away the land that originally belonged to us citizens of Sparta? Please note that Dionia has occupied all of Sparta. All of you have become prisoners, and the land of Lagnia has become the spoils of war of the Dionysian army. In order to rebuild Sparta, His Majesty the Devers generously took out these lands and distributed them to the citizens who are willing to work for this new government. To put it bluntly, even if these lands are still owned by you, the Pariasis and the Helios have already obtained their freedom and no longer have any obligation to you. With the manpower you have, you will not be able to take care of so much land. What's more," Clotocatax raised his eyebrows and showed a mocking smile, "do you people of Sparta know how to farm?" Everyone's expression was a little ugly, but they could not refute for a while. The guards around Clotocatax increased their vigilance, but he continued as if he did not see it and continued, "In the past few days, I have carefully checked some information about Sparta and found a problem. The number of Sparta citizens has been decreasing year by year. The war is not the main reason. According to the information, many people have not been able to pay enough taxes for a long time. Not only have they lost the right to participate in public meals and become inferior people, but they have also been deprived of land. I originally thought that it might be because of the years of war. Even if there are Heloths helping them to farm the land, they do not have enough time to supervise and manage the harvest of the land. But the strange thing is that the nobles of Sparta are able to pay the full amount of taxes every year. Later, someone secretly told me that this is because they can often become the commander of some of the cities and strategic locations controlled by Sparta. They get a lot of money through bribery or other means, which is more than enough to buy food and pay taxes. I also found a problem. The land of the Sparta civilians that you have confiscated has been distributed to the royal family and the nobles, the reason being that they have the ability to guarantee a better harvest. As a result, the land gradually concentrated in the hands of the nobles, and more Sparta civilians have lost their land and become inferior people. Haven't you noticed? The situation in Sparta now is very similar to the situation before the sage of Sparta came to Kugu to change the political system. You're spouting nonsense. Someone blurted out. Clodocatax looked at him and was not angry at all. Instead, he said with pity, "You are the censor, right? Whether as a civilian or a censor, you did not notice that the greedy nobles are wantonly devouring the land of the civilians. This is your dereliction of duty. You should also thank Dionia. If we did not forcefully rebuild Sparta, there would be many gain done appearing in this land." The faces of the people in the room became very ugly. Agesilaus coughed and immediately changed the topic. "How much land are you going to allocate to each new citizen of Sparta?" "About 5 acres. There are too many of them. I'm afraid it's not enough." Clodocatax said calmly, "We have given the territory of Tygia to the Mandinians. However, the Mandinians do not have a large population to begin with, and they could not manage such a vast and fertile new land. Under our persuasion, we believe that they are very willing to accept these heroes who did not get a land in Sparta as new citizens of Mandinia." Agesilaus was stunned. "What about the Tygians? They are all being escorted to the Turii slave market to be sold. This is the consequence of betraying the alliance and secretly attacking our allies," Clodocatax said coldly. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. At that moment, they did not dare to make eye contact with the young man. Seeing this scene, Clodocatax suddenly felt a little bored. No matter how much he scared the people of Sparta, he would not be able to get his brother Adoras's precious life back. He said disinterestedly, "All right, everyone, I hope that you will go back today and organize your citizens. Lead them safely to Hiller's port tomorrow and ensure that the election goes smoothly." Clodocatax left, and the room was silent. After a long time, someone asked anxiously, "King Agesilaus, what should we do now?" Agesilaus was still calm. He said softly, "We can only endure for now to avoid the fate of the Tygians. However, the reckless actions of the people of Dionia will definitely force Athens and Corinth to unite against Dionia. When that happens, our chance will come." Chapter 1204. A glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's dim eyes. But Agesilaus sighed in his heart. Even if they recaptured Sparta in the end, would the Pariasus and Helos, who had tasted the sweetness of victory, be willing to accept their rule again? In the evening, the Devers dragged their tired bodies back to their mansion. Dinner was supposed to be the most lively time for the Devers family, but today the Devers did not speak much. Even though Eunice took the initiative to raise a topic with her father several times, his answers were perfunctory. After dinner, the Devers called Crystal and Agnes to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. "Your Majesty, did something happen to Clotho?" It was rare for Crystal to see the Devers with such an ugly expression, and she had been worried about Clodocatax for the past few days, so she felt extremely uneasy. The Devers let out a long sigh. "It's not Clotho, it's Adoras." He's gone to Elisher. The first sentence made Crystal heave a sigh of relief, but the second sentence made her worried again. Adoris? How? He's always been so reassuring, and he's so strong, and he's already a captain. How? The Devers sighed again, and said in a heavy tone, Clotho led the army to a decisive battle with the main army of Sparta. Sparta's attack was fierce, and the brigade led by Adoris was the main target. In the end, he suffered many wounds. Kristoya's expression froze for a moment, then she suddenly scolded. What is Clotho doing? As the commander of the army, why doesn't he take care of his brother? Has he forgotten how Adoris has taken care of him all these years? Sister! Agnes had come in late, and she had a cold personality. She didn't have deep feelings for Adoris, so she was able to remain calm when she heard the news. She sat next to Kristoya and held her trembling hand tightly, comforting her in a soft voice. Clotho and Adoris have a deep friendship, so there's no way he wouldn't take care of his brother. I'm afraid this is an accident? Devers nodded and said in a low voice, King Agesilaus of Sparta is a cunning opponent. He formulated a sinister battle plan that caused the First Legion to fall into chaos and almost caused our army to be defeated in the battle. Fortunately, Clotho responded appropriately and won the battle in the end. The entire brigade led by Adoris was almost wiped out. This is the biggest loss in this battle. But how am I going to face Cynthia, Edu, and the child? Hot tears streamed down Kristoya's face as she sobbed. Ever since Adoris became independent, I haven't cared for him at all. I'm not a good mother. Devers gently pressed on his wife's shoulder and said emotionally, No, you've always been a good mother to Adoris, carefully raising him. On the other hand, I've never truly accepted him as my own child, and was too strict with him. Now that I think about it, I really regret it. Kristoya looked at her husband with teary eyes, wiping away her tears as she comforted him. Your Majesty, don't blame yourself. Educating a child is a woman's job, and you're so busy. Kristoya's words didn't reduce the guilt in Devers's heart. He shook his head and stood up, saying, Agnes, stay here with Kristoya. I'm going out for a walk. It's so late, where are you going? Agnes asked with concern. I'm standing on the cliff, looking at the Krati River. Devers really was standing on the hill, looking down at the Krati River in the evening. He still remembered that when he first moved to this hill more than a decade ago, it was pitch black all around him at night. Whirlpools constantly appeared on the surface of the river, reflecting the moonlight, making it seem especially serene. Coupled with the rumbling of the waves, it always made one's heart palpitate. But now, not only were the lights on both sides of the Krati River twinkling like the stars in the sky, but the lights in the river were also connected, swaying the surface of the river. These were the ships that entered the river port under the guidance of lighthouses, and some Dionia merchants had specially customized boats to serve as restaurants on the river. Liveliness and clamor had replaced the desolation and silence of the past. This was the result of decades of hard work by Devers, and it was also the change he had made to this world. At this thought, a sense of heroism rose from the bottom of his heart, dispelling the original guilt Devers felt. The news of the Dionysian army conquering Sparta quickly spread throughout Greece, causing many city-states to tremble in shock. At the same time, it also prompted some city-states to speed up the pace of joint resistance. Corinth was an active participant in the war between Dionia and Sparta, and had even been attacked by the Dionysian fleet in the port. Thus, the infuriated Corinth was one of the first city-states to join the anti-Dionia alliance. Now, it was very likely to become the next target of the Dionysian army. The restless Corinth carried out emergency military mobilization while asking for help from their allies. Argos had been hesitant during this war. In addition to not wanting to help their mortal enemy, Sparta, another important reason was that the envoy of Dionia, Chaereas, had once proposed to the Argos council, as long as they support Dionia after the war, Dionia will return Tesha, which was taken away by Sparta 100 years ago. not Tesha in the Arcadia region, but a small city located in the northeast corner of Sparta's territory, adjacent to Argos' territory. The Argos were tempted, but soon wavered under the persuasion of the eloquent envoy of Athens. Later, as a close neighbor of Sparta, the Argos discovered that after Dionia occupied Sparta, they completely abolished the original political system of Sparta, turning the Piraeusai and Haliaci into new citizens of Sparta. Everything in Sparta changed except for the land. This made the Argos, who were also an oligarchy, feel terrified. They finally decided to join the anti-Dionia alliance, strengthening the defense of the border while reinforcing their friendly ally, Corinth. The people of Athens had long been mobilizing their military. After learning that the Dionysian army had completely occupied Sparta, the Council of Athens felt even more urgent. They repeatedly urged their allies and vassal states to send reinforcements and supplies to Athens as soon as possible. This was because Callistratus and the other generals knew that if Athens did not stand up for Sparta's fall and Dionia's strong performance, many of the less determined city-states would likely fall to Dionia's side. Therefore, Athens quickly formed an army of 10,000 men, led by Iphicrates, and marched with great fanfare to support Corinth. When the Thebes and their allies learned that Dionia had conquered Sparta, they were even more determined to maintain their neutrality. On the other hand, the city-states of Phocis and Locris in the west were influenced by the priests of Delphi and actively responded to the call of Athens. A total of 6,000 soldiers were sent to join the army of Athens. After Sparta was completely defeated, Pisa no longer had a strong support. Even without its previous promise, it was inevitable that it would eventually attach itself to Elis, which was also in the same region. Elis, which was previously hostile to Dionia, began to hesitate. This was because after Messenia and Sparta were both occupied by Dionia, and after the Arcadia Union became an ally of Dionia, Elis, which was located in the northwest corner of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, was completely surrounded by Dionia and its allies. Therefore, when the other city-states that joined the anti-Dionia alliance were actively taking action, Elis became more passive. After the Dionysian army gifted Tegea to Mandinia, the other city-states of the Arcadia Union hoped that Mandinia would return the territory of Tegea and work together with them to persuade the Dionysian army to forgive the captive citizens of Tegea and let them return to their homeland. How could the people of Mandinia be willing to spit out the fat meat that they had swallowed? In the face of the surging public opinion, the Lycomedes, who initially expressed opposition, finally changed their stance and defended the interests of Mandinia. The two sides quarreled endlessly, and some city-states even threatened to leave the Union. At this time, the news that the Dionysian army has occupied the entire territory of Sparta came. The quarrels of the Arcadia Union quickly stopped, and they quickly reached an agreement. They would send an envoy to Sparta to congratulate Dionia, their ally, and at the same time learn about the treatment of Sparta. In Thessaly, in northern Greece, Iazon announced to the public in Pharsalus, as a member of the Greek city-states, "The people of Thessaly will never sit back and watch the foreign races invade the land of Greece and bully our compatriots. He, Tarchus of Thessaly, will lead all the warriors of Thessaly to drive away the invaders and help our compatriots in the south reclaim their homeland." After he issued the military mobilization, the city-states and the races in the surrounding mountains of Thessaly all sent their troops and gathered in Pharsalus within the territory of Persia. The entire western part of Asia Minor, today's Anatolia region in Turkey, was divided into many regions, and Phrygia was one of them. It had risen to become a kingdom hundreds of years ago, and its influence and territory in Asia Minor was enough to compete with the Hette Empire. Even though it had now become a part of the territory of Persia, it still retained its unique culture and some special right. Today, Phrygia was completely located in the center of western Asia Minor, and it was not near the sea at all. However, when Phanabazos was the governor of Phrygia, He used his prestige to lease the coastal town of Aspendos in the southern region of Pisidia to serve as the port of Virginia. Today, Timotheus served as the commander of the fleet in this military port. Chapter 1205. The reason why this admiral, who had been banished by the people of Athens, was valued in Phrygia was not only because of his talent in naval warfare, but also because he was a good friend of the governor of Phrygia, Ariobazenes. How could a wandering citizen of Athens be friends with a respected governor of Persia? The reason could be traced back to a few decades ago. After the War of Peloponnesus, the famous admiral of Athens, Conon, fled to Persia. He was courteously received by Cyrus the Younger, who was the military commander of the western part of Asia Minor at that time, and settled down there. He had a close relationship with the nobles of Persia at that time, which laid the foundation for him to become the commander of the Persia's fleet in Asia Minor. His son, Timotheus, had lived in the western part of Asia Minor for many years and had befriended many young nobles of Persia. Ariobazenes was one of them. After Timotheus returned to Athens, the two of them often kept in touch. This time, when he was chased out of Athens, the first thing he thought of was to seek refuge with his good friend, who had become the governor of Phrygia. Ariobazenes was happy for the arrival of his good friend. He also knew his friend's ability very well, and after only half a year, he boldly promoted him to commander of the fleet. Today, Ariobazenes sent someone to inform Timotheus that he had something important to discuss with him. Although the messenger did not tell Timotheus what it was, he had a hunch that the thing he had been requesting for a long time had come to fruition. Therefore, he anxiously rode to the governor's mansion. Ariobazenes' residence was in the central town of Phrygia, Geldium, on the right bank of the Sacaria River. Timotheus finally arrived on the evening of the 5th day, after running 3 horses until they were exhausted. Ariobazenes, who had already received the messenger's message, personally went out to greet Timotheus. He said in a serious tone, "Timotheus, I am so sorry. I've already severely punished the messenger who brought you here. He didn't completely understand my orders and didn't explain it to you clearly. Actually, the matter wasn't urgent, but he made you rush here without any rest. If something happened to you on the way here, I would feel very guilty and uneasy. Luckily, God has protected me." Timotheus was touched by Ariobazenes' concern. He quickly bowed and said, "Lord Viceroy." Ariobazenes immediately interrupted him with a displeased expression. "Hey, how come you've changed the way you address me in just a few months? First of all, you are my good friend, and then you are my subordinate. I hope that this friendship can be maintained for a long time, so you better call me like before." For the people of Athens who did not like to bow and scrape, this was exactly what Timotheus wanted. He immediately changed his tone. "Ario, why have you called me here?" Ariobazenes laughed and took his arm, leading him into the mansion. "At the same time," he said, "although the messenger made a mistake, I am very happy to see you so soon. You must be tired and hungry after such a long journey. Go take a bath first, then we can eat together. We can talk while eating." With the help of the maidservants, Timotheus finished his bath and briefly told Ariobazenes about the situation of the Phrygian fleet. After listening carefully, Ariobazenes expressed his satisfaction with Timotheus's actions in Aspendos. Then, he talked about some of the interesting things that happened between them when they were young. Timotheus also interjected from time to time. Although there were 5 or 6 maidservants in the dining hall and only the 2 of them, the atmosphere was quite lively. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Ariobazenes said with a serious expression, "Timotheus, the last time you told me that you wanted to lead the fleet to support Athens and fight against the navy of Dionia. I can't agree to this." Hearing this, Timotheus was instantly disappointed. Although he did not show this emotion, he instantly maintained his silence. Ariobazenes saw this and calmly took out a letter from his pocket. He handed it to Timotheus and said, "Take a look at this first." Timotheus took the letter with a puzzled expression and opened it. Very soon, his expression changed. The king of Persia wants to attack Egypt, and he wants you to provide troops and supplies. He even asked me to lead the fleet to Tyre? Eliobazenes sighed. When you made this request to me, I hesitated, not because I'm stingy, but because the Persian king is planning to attack Egypt. If I agree to your request and send the fleet to Athens, the Persian king will think that I'm not willing to provide him with military support, and with his suspicious and vengeful nature, I'm afraid he'll think that I'm not willing to provide him with military support and deliberately found such an excuse in advance. I'm afraid he won't let me off easily in the future, sigh. Ever since the defeat of His Highness Cyrus, the king has had a bad impression of Asia Minor. When Sparta invaded our land, not only did he not provide any help, but he also supported Sparta's rule over Greece in the end. In the subsequent wars, Asia Minor contributed the most. Of course, we also suffered the greatest losses. Hearing this, not only did the dissatisfaction in Timotheus' heart disappear, but he also felt guilty. He said sincerely, Eliobazenes, I was expelled from Athens. Not only did you take me in, but you also entrusted me with an important task. I'm very grateful. I shouldn't have made such a request and made it difficult for you. This is my fault. Eliobazenes shook his head and said helplessly, Athens expelled you, but you still want to help Athens. I admire you very much. It's unfortunate that these two things happened together. Otherwise, Lord Phanabazos would have done what he did. Phanabazos persuaded the governors of Asia Minor to allow Canaan to lead the Western Asia Minor allied fleet to attack Sparta in retaliation for Agesilaus' destruction of Western Asia Minor. In the end, he also acquiesced to Canaan's decision to bring the warships into Athens. With our friendship, I would have provided you with even more support. Timotheus could only lament his bad luck. He was silent for a moment, then took a big gulp of wine. Then he asked doubtfully, I've never met the king of Persia. Why would he specifically mention me in his letter? Eliobazenes smiled and said, Timotheus, you underestimate yourself. You performed well in the war against Sparta, and you have proved to the world that you are an excellent naval commander who is no less talented than your father. I think the king who has been paying attention to the Greek war must have heard of your name. You have to know that although Persia is strong, we lack a good naval commander. Otherwise, we would not have lost so many naval battles against Greece in the past. Although the Egyptian navy is not strong, Eliobazenes sneered, but the king has suffered several defeats in the previous wars. This time, he will not allow himself to fail again. So, of course, he wants to choose a good naval commander to help him. In any case, this is a good thing for you. If you can get the king's appreciation, maybe you can ask him to lead the entire Persian navy to rescue Greece and fight against Ionia. Timotheus' heart skipped a beat. At that moment, he had already decided to go to Tyre. Eliobazenes obviously saw through his thoughts and said, Timotheus, if you agree to accept the king's invitation, can you do me two small favors? You are too kind, Eliobazenes. Ever since I left Athens and came to Phrygia, you have been taking care of me. I was worried that I would not have a chance to repay you. Let alone 2 favors, even if it is 100, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. Okay, then I will say it directly. I spent a few years of Phrygia's taxes to barely build such a fleet. If you can be put in an important position by the king, I hope that you can do your best to protect my warships in the war against Egypt. Timotheus answered straightforwardly, Don't worry, I will do my best. The second favor is, after you become the king's subordinate and participate in the war against Egypt, can you regularly write to me in detail about the movements of the entire army? You know, there is a lot of trade between Phrygia and Egypt. I need to make some decisions according to the development of the war. The Phrygian merchants who are still in some towns in Egypt should either evacuate as soon as possible or seize some important resources and mines there. Timotheus hesitated for a moment before replying, "I will write to you, but after arriving in Phrygia, I will be mainly responsible for the navy. I may not be very clear about the future movements of the army of Persia. Just do your best." Aeliobazines smiled and raised his glass. "Let's toast. I wish you all the best in the war." Late at night, Aeliobazines' trusted servant, who had disappeared for a period of time, quietly returned to the governor's mansion. Aeliobazines summoned him alone in the study. "Master, 15 days ago, I arrived at Samala in Cappadocia. The governor met me in secret. I showed him the letter you wrote and the letter written by the Pharaoh of Egypt. This is his reply." Aeliobazines quickly took the letter, and after reading it, a look of joy appeared on his face. Although the trusted servant was curious, he knew not to ask. However, Aeliobazines still could not help but say, "Not only did Stridates agree to my suggestion, he decided to accept the Pharaoh's plan and join forces with us. He also took the initiative to persuade the governors of Paphlagonia, Lycaonia, and Armenia. Master, if you contact too many people, it will be difficult to keep it a secret," the trusted servant reminded worriedly. Chapter 12:06. It can't be helped. Only by uniting the entire western part of Asia Minor will we have enough power to fight against the king. Aeliobazines said in a deep voice. Stridas is a cautious man. Since he dared to take the initiative to propose this, it means that he is confident in convincing the other governors and keeping the secret. After the Dionysian army occupied the territory of Sparta, the rest of the Greek city-states, led by Athens, were actively organizing an allied army to fight against the Dionysian army. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs of Dionia conveyed an order from the king of Devers to Leotychides to gather the 8th Legion, the 15th Legion, barracks in Syracuse, soldiers from Syracuse, the 16th Legion, barracks in Agrigento, soldiers from the south coast of Sicily, the 17th Legion, barracks in Lille, soldiers from the west coast of Sicily, the 4th Cavalry Legion, and the Namibian Light Cavalry Legion at Lille. When the transport fleet arrived, they would immediately head for Egypt. At the same time, another order from the Ministry of Military Affairs was sent to the Middle-Ades, requesting him to lead the Second Fleet and prepare for the expedition to Egypt. In addition, the king of Devers also issued an order to the Phoenician allies led by Carthage along the coast of Africa, requesting them to immediately assemble a large number of transport fleets and be responsible for transporting the Dionysian army gathered in Lille to Egypt. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs transferred the former commander of the 14th Legion, Patroclus, who was still quelling the riots in Liguria, back to Turia and replaced him with Hasdrubal. At the same time, the Ministry of Military Affairs also issued an order to all the military camps in the region, except for the expedition to Peloponnesus and the army that was about to head for Egypt. All the other troops in the kingdom began to assemble. In addition, it was specifically stated that the Periver region must provide 6,000 soldiers and 2,000 Gallic cavalry. In addition, the Ministry of Military Affairs also transferred the Third Fleet, which was responsible for the security of the kingdom's west coast, to Brindisi for advance preparations. Although these orders meant that a large military operation was about to take place, the military camps announced to the public that they would be conducting joint training for the entire army. As such military training would take place at least once every 2 months, the people of various regions didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. However, in Turia, the officials of the various departments of the Kingdom of Dionia were busy preparing for the upcoming war. On the surface, Dionia was still peaceful, but the clouds of war were already brewing in Greece. In June, Thessaly Tarchus-Iazon led nearly 40,000 infantrymen and 4,000 cavalrymen across the hot spring pass and entered central Greece. Even though he announced in a high-profile manner that, this time, the army is here to help the Greeks in the south and repel the foreign invaders. However, the people of central Greece were still feeling nervous. The people of the various cities all hid in the cities, closed the city gates, and strengthened their vigilance. Iazon was a man of his word. He tried his best to restrain the troop. Although there were still some incidents of soldiers looting the properties of villages outside the city, overall, the military discipline of the army was not bad. This greatly relieved the higher-ups of the cities. After entering the Pyotia region, Iazon sent an envoy to the city of Thebes and made a request to the council. Thessaly's army wanted to establish a long-term camp in the Thebes. The higher-ups of Thebes, led by Pelopidas and Epaminondas, argued tactfully that both Thessaly and Ionia were allies of the Thebes and had provided great help to the Thebes. Because of this, the Thebes had to remain neutral to avoid hurting the friendship of one party. If they agreed to Thessaly's request, they were afraid that Ionia would misunderstand and think that the Thebes had joined the anti-Ionia alliance, so they had to refuse. Iazon made this request to test the attitude of the Thebes. Therefore, he did not feel angry when he received a refusal. Instead, he patiently asked the messenger who returned. At that time, the attitude and reaction of everyone in the Council of Thebes gave him an idea. A few days later, the Thessaly army arrived at the northwestern border of Attica in Athens and built a camp near the city of Pyotia, Orops, which had a close relationship with Athens. This was discussed with Athens in advance. This was because the port of Orops was not small, and the sea distance between it and Philai was very close, so it was convenient to transport supplies and soldiers. The higher-ups of Athens, led by Callistratus, warmly welcomed the arrival of the Thessaly army led by Iazon. A day later, a military conference of the Greek alliance was held in Megara on the Isthmus of Corinth. The generals of the city-states who had joined the alliance expressed their opinions. Many generals of the Greek city-states suggested that they should use the geographical advantage of the isthmus to hoard a large number of soldiers in the city of Corinth to defend against the attack of the Dionysian army, just like during the Corinth War more than a decade ago. The invasion of the Dionia army across the sea would consume a lot of resources, which was not conducive to a long-term war. In the end, they would inevitably choose to stop the war and seek peace. The generals of Peloponnesus, led by Agos and Corinth, expressed their opposition. They believed that now that the Dionysian army had conquered Messenia and Sparta, and Arcadia had also become its ally, the power of the Dionia in Peloponnesus had become very strong. If the allied forces did not take the initiative to attack but passively defended, the Dionia army would definitely turn to attack other parts of Peloponnesus. Once it completely conquered the whole of Peloponnesus, not only would it weaken the strength of the Greek alliance, but the Dionysian army would also be able to attack Corinth with all its might. It was hard to say whether they could defend Corinth in the end. Now, the number of allied forces had reached 80,000, far exceeding the number of soldiers of the Dionysian army. It was completely possible for them to take the initiative to attack and defeat the Dionysian army in Sparta. After both sides expressed their opinions, Iazon spoke. Everyone, the reason why the Greek alliance was established was to repel the invasion of Dionia and to ensure the freedom and safety of the Greek city-states. If we only defend Corinth, it would be equivalent to giving up the entire Peloponnesus peninsula. This is not only contrary to the original intention of the alliance, but it will also cause the city-states that joined the alliance to complain about each other and destroy the unity. Therefore, I propose that we should not waste any more time. We should immediately lead the allied forces into Peloponnesus and quickly fight the Dionysian army. We should defeat them and let the people of Sparta regain their freedom. With his hands on his hips, Iazon looked at the generals in the hall and announced loudly, "If you don't agree with me, or if you keep arguing and wasting time, then I will lead the Thessaly army to the south and fight the Dionysian army alone." Iazon's words were like a stone thrown into a deep pool. While it stirred up waves, it also received a positive response from the generals of Corinth and Agos. "We, the citizens of Corinth, Agos, will follow the Thessaly army to attack Dionia. Although the Thessaly army accounted for half of the total number of soldiers in the alliance, the Greek city-states did not pay much attention to Thessaly army, which had been on the fringes of Greece's traditional power for decades. Therefore, Iazon did not have much prestige in this alliance. However, the support of the two powerful city-states had boosted Iazon's reputation. So far, the number of soldiers that Athens had sent to Corinth was only half of the Thessaly army. However, with Sparta's decline, most of the Greek city-states were more willing to follow the lead of Athens. Therefore, the generals of the other city-states had turned their attention to another person, the famous general of Athens, Iphicrates. The veteran general glanced at Iazon, then looked around at the crowd and said in a steady voice, "I agree that the alliance should seize the time and take the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the Dionysian army. However, at the same time, we have to do two things. First, we must immediately send messengers to the Arcadia Union and persuade them to join our side against Dionia. Now that the alliance has the upper hand, there is a high possibility that the Arcadia Union will side with us. After all, Dionia is an outsider. If we succeed, it will enhance the strength of the alliance, and at the same time, provide greater convenience for us to fight in Peloponnesus. If we are refused, we can attack the Arcadia Union without fear of repercussions. Second, the reason why Dionia was able to defeat Sparta has a lot to do with the fact that Dionia has a strong navy. They were able to use their fleets to land in Messenia and quickly occupy the territory of Messenia. Therefore, we must also be careful of Dionia's old trick. While our army is fighting in Peloponnesus, they will land on our defenseless rear, cut off our retreat, and threaten our motherland. That will be a huge disaster. Therefore, I suggest that we leave some troops behind to guard the beaches in central Greece that can be landed, especially the port of Calixus in the Pyotia region. It must be firmly controlled by the alliance. But Calixus now belongs to the Thebes. Someone reminded. In a situation where most of the Greek city-states have gathered together to fight against the invading outsiders, the Thebes, as a powerful city-state in central Greece, have chosen to stay neutral. This is really not right. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we have temporarily tolerated the stubbornness of the Thebes because of the impending war. Iphicrates said with a stern expression, however, the inaction of the Thebes will inevitably cause us to distrust them. Therefore, we should send messengers to the Thebes and clearly tell them that we will temporarily take over Calixus and will return it to them after the war. If the Thebes do not agree, then we will see them as enemies and attack them. Chapter 1207. Most of the generals agreed with the first suggestion. As for the second suggestion, everyone agreed with it as well, but there were still some dissenting voices. We agree with you, General Iphicrates. It is very important to ensure the safety of our retreat. Clusis must be controlled by us. This was the positive response from the generals of the Sea Alliance in Athens. The Thebes are traitors. It is they who colluded with Dionia that caused the terrible situation in Greece today. They must be punished. Not only do we want to control Clusis, but we should also let the other city-states of the Pyotia alliance gain independence. This was the clamor from the people of Phocis and Locris. We have the advantage in numbers. The Thebes should agree with our suggestion. There is no need for us to provoke the Thebes to prevent them from giving up their neutrality and turning to Dionia. Our priority now is to defeat the Dionysian army. This was the opinion of the generals of Corinth, Argos, and Megara. Only a few of the generals of the Pyotia alliance who had joined the Greek alliance remained silent. Iphicrates' suggestion was quickly accepted by the generals. This made Iazon realize that a large number of troops could not guarantee the right to command the entire alliance. A few days later, the army of the Greek alliance began to gather at Corinth. At this moment, the messenger sent by Clotocatax arrived at Mandinia. The commander of Dionia hopes that we will withdraw all the citizens stationed in Tegea and defend Mandinia city for a while. Lycomedes said to the others in the council after reading the letter with a serious expression. As one of the initiators of the establishment of the Arcadia Union, Lycomedes was originally elected by the citizens of Mandinia to be the main counselor of the Arcadia Union. He was responsible for the important task of establishing and perfecting the Union. However, after Mandinia annexed Tegea, it had a conflict of interest with the other city-states in the alliance. Even though the quarrel was temporarily quelled, cracks had already appeared between Mandinia and the other city-states. With Lycomedes as the leader, the Mandinia councillors were obviously alienated and ostracized by the other councillors. Coincidentally, the emissary of the Greek Union arrived at Megaloboris and threatened the Arcadia Union. You must immediately tear up the alliance with Dionia and join the Greek Union. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the Allied forces. After learning about the shocking number of Greek Allied forces, and because the Dionysian army had completely retreated to Sparta's territory, the Arcadia Union felt great pressure from the threat of the Greek Allied forces. Therefore, most of the councillors began to hesitate, and only a few of them clearly expressed that they could accept the emissary's request. Only Lycomedes and a few other councillors from Mandinia were adamantly against it. Their vehement emotions caused the Arcadia Union to not respond to the emissary's request. However, when night fell, the emissary secretly contacted and discussed with the councillors from many cities, but he did not come to Lycomedes. Therefore, during the meeting of the Arcadia Union the next day, when they continued to discuss the issue, they passed the resolution to sever ties with Dionia and join the Greek Union, with a majority of vote. Lycomedes could not accept such an outcome. He angrily criticized the short-sightedness of the Arcadia Union, believing that such treachery would definitely be punished by the gods. After that, Lycomedes led a few councillors from Mandinia and left Megaloboris decisively, returning to his homeland. This actually meant that Mandinia and the Arcadia Union had broken off relations. At this time, when the councillors from Mandinia heard Lycomedes' words, they all felt nervous. Someone asked anxiously, "Now that the Greek Union has gathered a large army in Corinth and is about to invade the south, we, Mandinia, have not betrayed our alliance with Dionia like the other Arcadia city-states, and will definitely become the first target of this army. Shouldn't Dionia honor the alliance and save us?" The emissary, Chaereas, faced the agitated councillors from Mandinia and said calmly, "Judging from the current situation of the war, the enemy's military strength has obviously exceeded the army of Dionia in Peloponnesus. It is not a wise decision to fight them head-on at this time. Therefore, His Highness Clotocatax hopes that you can hold the city of Mandinia first and wait for the new Dionia reinforcements to arrive in Peloponnesus before deciding the outcome of the battle with the enemy. Our Dionia is strong, and we have no less than 200,000 regular soldiers. As long as we have enough time for them to reach Peloponnesus, we will definitely win this war. Of course, the enemy is strong now. If you feel that you do not have enough manpower, we will send reinforcements to help you defend the city." When the councillors from Mandinia heard that the kingdom of Dionia had no less than 200,000 soldiers, they were a little surprised, but they gradually calmed down. From their point of view, the Dionysian army was very strong. They had easily conquered the powerful Sparta with only 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, they had so many soldiers in the kingdom. Even if they easily sent tens of thousands of soldiers, it would not be difficult for them to defeat the so-called Greek Union army. The commander of Dionia wants us to abandon Tegea. Is this a temporary retreat, or a long-term retreat? Lycomedesai asked anxiously. This was because Mandinia had broken off relations with the Arcadia alliance, causing his previous efforts to go to waste. The root cause was Tegea, and he did not want to wait until the war was over for Mandinia to return empty-handed, with nothing to show for it. Of course it is a temporary retreat. Chaereas more or less understood the thoughts of the Mandinians, so he said loudly, "Since we, Dionia, have promised that the land of Tegea will belong to Mandinia, we will never go back on this promise. Also, I have brought another promise made by His Highness Clodocatax." As Koreas spoke, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Lycomedes. Lycomedes took the letter. After reading it, he looked at Koreas in surprise. Koreas said loudly with a solemn expression, "Our wise king of Devers once said, 'Only in times of danger will you know who your true friend is.' Although it has not been long since we came to Peloponnesus, we have experienced many betrayals. Only Mandinia has always stood firmly on our side, not wavering even when the enemy's army is pressuring our borders. Your performance has won the trust of Dionia, so His Highness Clodocatax promised that after the victory of the war, Mandinia will fully support Mandinia in rebuilding the Arcadia Union." Korea's words made all the counselors in the hall excited. They all said that Mandinia would defend this city according to Dionia's request and wait for the arrival of Dionia's reinforcements. At this moment, Lycomedes also swept away his previous gloominess and began to think in his mind. This new Arcadia Union must not be as indiscriminate as before. It should be like the Thebes in the Piotia Union, with Mandinia as the absolute center. A few days later, the Greek coalition army entered the territory of Arcadia. After failing to persuade them to surrender, they surrounded the city of Mandinia. On the second day, Thessaly's army, which was the most proactive, took the lead in launching an attack on the city. However, the Mandinian defenders, who had already received reinforcements from Dionia, easily defeated the coalition army's attack. In the next few days, the coalition army did not make much progress in attacking the city and had to temporarily turn to a siege. Its main force continued to move south, seeking a decisive battle with the Dionysian army. 2 days later, Thessaly's army, which was the vanguard, occupied the city of Tegea. Although Tegea was now an empty city and there was no fighting, the news still shocked the other cities of Peloponnesus, who did not know the truth. Soon, the Arcadia Union fulfilled the new covenant and sent 3,000 soldiers. Elis, who had been hesitating, finally sent an envoy to the coalition army and made a request to join the alliance. Even the cities of Achaia, which had been neutral before, sent envoys and made the same request. In an instant, the Greek coalition army's power and prestige increased greatly. After a discussion, the generals of the coalition army, led by Iphicrates and Iazon, decided that the armies of Elis, the Arcadia Union, and the cities of Achaia would attack Messenia, while the main force of the coalition army would attack Sparta. The Greek coalition army continued to move south and reach the border of the Arcadia region. However, they did not expect that after the Dionia expeditionary force occupied the territory of Sparta, according to the instructions of the king of Devers, the Ministry of Military Affairs issued an order. The Greek city-states were forming an coalition army in an attempt to defeat the expeditionary force. Therefore, they requested Clodocatax to lead the army to defend the territories of Messenia and Laconia and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Clodocatax obeyed the order and accepted the suggestion of Printos and several other generals. He built a number of defense camps along the main roads and mountain ridges on the northern border of Sparta and Messenia. Not only did tens of thousands of soldiers participate, but the Peirasians and the former Heloists also actively responded. Therefore, in just 2 months, the Dionysian army had established a preliminary system of defense facilities at the two borders. The Greek coalition army was soon hindered by these complex Dionia-style defense camps. This was especially true in the northern part of Sparta, where the mountains were continuous and the terrain was narrow. The coalition army's superior forces could not be deployed at all, and camping and resting became a big problem. On the other hand, the Dionysian army held on to the strategic terrain. Not only did they block the enemy's offensive, but they also launched night attacks from time to time, causing casualties to the Greek coalition army who had to camp in all directions. Chapter 1208. Since it was difficult to break through from the front, the Allied generals decided to take another route after some discussion. They left the main force to continue attacking from the north to confuse and restrain the Daionia army, while more than 10,000 soldiers went around to Agos. This army was mainly drawn from the armies of Thessaly and Athens, and was mainly made up of Illyrian and Thracian light shield-bearers. Iphicrates personally led the army. They were prepared to cross the mountains from the northeastern border of Sparta and launch a surprise attack on Tethya, not Tegea. After capturing it, it would become a relay base for the allied army. From there, they could continue to attack south. Without a doubt, the situation would be much better. However, the secret movements of the Greek allied army did not escape the eyes of the scouts in the mountains. Printos, who received the news, immediately guessed the intentions of the Greek. He advised Clotocatax to quickly adjust the military deployment. When Iphicrates led the light shieldsmen over the mountains and arrived at Tesha, panting, he was shocked to find that the Dionysian army was already waiting there. Iphicrates decisively ordered a retreat, but the Dionysian army quickly gave chase. Although the Illyrian and Thracian mountain people were good at running in the mountains, they were already exhausted, and many of them were caught up by the well-rested light-armored soldiers of Daionia. As a result, before the battle had even begun, nearly 1,000 of the Greek allied army had been captured. Even Iphicrates himself was depressed. The Greek allied generals had to discuss again, and finally decided to change the direction of attack and concentrate on attacking Messenia, because the terrain in the north was flatter and wider than the northern border of Sparta. After the conquest of Sparta, the first flotilla of Daionia soon received an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs to stop the routine patrols in the Aegean Sea. Except for some warships to defend the southern waters of Peloponnesus, its main force was to cooperate with the Third Fleet, the 9th Legion, and the 10th Legion to attack the 4 islands on the west coast of the Greek mainland. From north to south they were Kerkyra, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos. Not long after Kerkyra became an ally of Athens, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos all belonged to the Peloponnesus alliance. Previously, after the Dionysian army raided Messenia, in order not to arouse the hatred of the Greek city-states, they did not take any military action against them, even though fleets carrying supplies passed by these 3 islands every day. They only sent the Third Fleet to patrol the area from time to deter them. When the people of these 4 islands learned that the Dionysian army had captured Messenia and declared war on Sparta, they were frightened every day and did not dare to take any hostile action against Daionia. But they did not expect that the thing they were most worried about still happened. Kerkyra had suffered many wars in the past 2 or 3 years, and like a grass on the fence, it would side with Sparta one moment, and then with Athens the next. In the face of the more powerful Dionysian army, the Kerkyra people directly chose to surrender. Dionia's landing troops immediately seized the few remaining warships and strictly controlled the entry and exit of several ports on the island. Following that, the weaker Leucas and Chaeronea also chose to surrender. Only the people of Zakynthos put up a resistance. But for Daionia to attack a small island with 2 legions and nearly 10,000 infantrymen, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. In less than 4 days they completely conquered Zakynthos. The surrender of the 4 islands of Kerkyra, Leucas, Chaeronea, and Zakynthos meant that the west coast of the Greek mainland could be completely blocked by the Dionysian fleet. During this period, the people of Elis opposite Zakynthos were very nervous. They hurriedly transferred the troops that were attacking Messenia back and deployed them on the coast to defend against the possible landing of the Dionysian army. This could be considered as relieving the defensive pressure on Messenia. At the same time, Leotidas led his army and boarded the fleet provided by the Phoenician alliance, led by Carthage. Under the escort of the Second Fleet, they sailed eastward along the coast of Africa. Along the way they encountered 2 storms. Fortunately, the Phoenicians traveled this route all year round and were very familiar with the sea conditions. They went ashore in time to take shelter, so the entire fleet and the fleet did not suffer any major losses. After 7 or 8 days, the huge fleet entered the waters near Egypt. To prevent any accidents, Leotychides quickly led the army to the beach near the western part of the Nile Delta. In fact, there was no need for him to be so nervous. The king of Persia, Artaxerxes, had just arrived in Phoenicia with the undead army. At this time, although there were already thousands of Persia warships gathered in Tyre, they came from different regions, including the Phrygian fleet led by Timotheus, and lacked a unified command. The appointment of the commander of the navy would be decided by Artaxerxes after he personally met with the various admirals. Therefore, during this period, some of the Persia admirals were busy in Tyre and did not have much energy to manage the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of sailors from different regions crowded the various ports of Tyre with nothing to do. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts and conflict. The people of Tyre and the admirals of the various fleets were already having a headache just to maintain order. How could they have the mood to actively carry out combat missions? Only Timotheus insisted on leading the Phrygian fleet to patrol the waters near Egypt once every 4 days. It was not only to scout the enemy's situation, but also to familiarize themselves with the sea. Even though this task was relatively easy, the Phrygian crew still had a lot of resentment. Coincidentally, on this day, the Phrygian fleet did not go on patrol. In fact, even if it went on patrol, it would be impossible for the Phrygian fleet to fight against the second fleet of Dionia, which was tasked with the task of guarding the fleet. Hundreds of thousands of Persia's army gathered in Phoenicia. It was a huge scene. Egypt was only separated from it by the small Canaan kingdom, and the sea route was even closer. Therefore, the news that the Persia army was about to invade had already spread throughout Egypt. At this time, the arrival of nearly 40,000 Dionysian army undoubtedly gave the panicking Egyptians a shot in the arm. The reinforcements of Dionia were first warmly welcomed by the people of Naucratis, who had the tradition of Greek colonization. The Persia officials of the city did their best to satisfy any request made by Leotychide. When Pharaoh Tanis received the news, he was overjoyed and personally went to welcome the reinforcements. This was an unprecedented honor for the reinforcements of Dionia. Because of this, Leotychides agreed to the pharaoh's request. All the soldiers were fully armed, lined up in neat columns, and walked along the banks of the Nile River to Memphis. This was equivalent to an armed parade. When the Egyptians heard the news, they lined the streets to welcome them. The mighty image of the Dionysian army greatly increased their confidence in fighting against the Persia. After completing the transport mission, the Second Fleet and the Phoenician fleet began to return west. However, when they reached the waters of Cyrenaica, the Second Fleet did not continue west. Instead, they turned north, passed through Crete, and entered Lagania Bay, where they met up with the First Fleet. At the end of July, when the Greek coalition army was unable to break through the defense lines set up by the Dionysian army on the northern border of Messenia and Sparta, all the port towns of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia on the east and south coasts of the Italian peninsula suddenly became lively. Hundreds of cargo ships gathered at the various ports, and the people of the towns also gathered at the ports with the young and old. They welcomed the troops of their loved ones to board the cargo ships while praying for Hades to bless them with glory. On this day, from the northernmost Riminium, to the east-central Cypentum, to Brindisi and Odrum, and then to the southernmost Locri, Silatina, Crotone, Turiae, and Tarentum, ships full of soldiers sailed out of these port towns one after another, gradually forming a long line on the sea. They crossed the Adriatic Sea, passing through Kerkyra, Lucas, Kephallonia, Zakynthos, and so on. These islands were now under the complete control of Dionia. The fleet could stop at any of the islands to rest and replenish food and water. Moreover, several fleets of Dionia made full use of these islands to conduct a relatively tight blockade of the west coast of the Greek mainland, so the Greeks, especially the Elysians, had no idea that thousands of ships full of Aurelian soldiers were continuously passing through the waters near them. These transport ships then converged at Messenia Bay and Lagania Bay, entered the ports one after another, and docked. Due to the approach of the Greek allied forces, the Sparta people were once again restricted. Their adult men were temporarily restricted to live in the port of Scylla, while their women and children were forced to return to the warrior training camp, and were guarded by thousands of fully armed black rogues who had already been allocated land. Agesilaus was very angry about this and once protested to Clotocatax, but the prince gave a good reason. One of the main reasons for the Greek allied forces to declare war on Dionia was to save Sparta. For the safety of the Dionysian army, and to prevent some Sparta people from doing something wrong and causing the entire Sparta people to fall into an extremely bad situation, such measures had to be taken. Now that he was on the chopping block, Agesilaus could not do anything even though he was angry, and had to retreat resentfully. Once they became the master, the black rogues were very serious and strict with their former master. This made the Sparta warriors feel very aggrieved, and a fire burned in their hearts. However, today they were surprised to see that Lagania Bay was filled with densely packed ships, and fully armed Dionia soldiers continuously disembarked from the ship. The entire coast of Sparta was filled with people. How many soldiers were there? Chapter 1209. However, today, the Sparta warriors were shocked to see that the Lagania Bay was filled with ships. Fully armed Dionia soldiers disembarked from the ships continuously. The entire coast of Sparta was filled with people. How many soldiers were there? They were extremely shocked. They had seen the tens of thousands of Dionia's army before and deeply felt the huge gap in their numbers. They did not expect that there would be more Dionia soldiers this time, and they were definitely not just there to make up the numbers. In the eyes of these experienced Sparta warriors, these Dionia soldiers were not only well armed, but also orderly and disciplined. They should be able to fight. Agesilaus was one of the Spartans who witnessed this scene. At that moment, his heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley, and despair drowned him like a tide. His body swayed, and he was about to fall. Xenophon, who was beside him, quickly held him up. "Don't worry. There's still hope." Xenophon comforted him softly. Agesilaus looked at the dark coast and was silent for a long time before letting out a hoarse sigh. "May Zeus bless us." Xenophon also looked at the bustling coast. Although he had seen the prosperity of the center of the kingdom of Dionia, he was not calm after witnessing the power of the Dionysian army. He suddenly remembered what the Devers had said decades ago when they parted. "He wants to build a brand new country in the western Mediterranean, and he invites me to join." Xenophon did not think much of it at that time, but now it seemed that the Devers had fulfilled his promise. At this moment, Xenophon suddenly felt a little regretful. The Sparta people watched the arrival of the Dionia reinforcements in fear, while Clotocatax, Printos, and the other garrison generals happily welcomed the reinforcements led by Patroclus into the city of Sparta. After a brief tour of the city's main scenery, the group of people entered the heavily guarded meeting hall and held a military meeting. Clotocatax originally wanted Patroclus to sit at the head of the table because he was the commander-in-chief of the reinforcements appointed by the king of Devers. The reinforcements had far more soldiers than the Dionysian army stationed in Sparta, and they also had an important mission. Patroclus should be the youngest military commander since the establishment of the Holy Kingdom of Dionia. During the Gallic War, the regional governor of Rome, Assists, once commented on him in private, saying that he was brilliant in military affairs, but young and successful, inevitably too arrogant and prone to neglect others. But Patroclus, who had honed himself in the Per-River region for several years, was clearly much calmer than when he was first appointed as the commander of the 14th Army. After he was transferred back to Thurii, Cynthia, who was grieving over the loss of her brother, had solemnly warned him many times to make him understand that Clotocatax was no longer the quiet, hard-working, middle-level official of the kingdom he was in Rome, but the successor of the king of Devers, who was working hard to cultivate his prestige in the army. So he politely refused Clotocatax's suggestion and insisted on sitting at the head of the table. After everyone was seated, Clodocatax coughed softly and said in a clear voice, "First of all, on behalf of the soldiers stationed in Messenia and Laconia, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Recently, the Greek allied forces have been launching continuous attacks on us. Even though the soldiers have been holding the line, they are still under a lot of pressure. Your arrival has boosted their confidence." Clodocatax paused for a moment, took out a letter from his pocket, and said with a straight face, "Commander Patroclus has sent me a letter from His Majesty." In his heart, His Majesty praised us for our outstanding performance in the previous battle. It is a great achievement to be able to conquer the hegemon of Greece, Sparta, in such a short time. Hearing this, Printos, Olivers, Trotyras, and the others subconsciously puffed out their chests. Clodocatax's gaze swept across their faces, and finally landed on the somewhat absent-minded Tessus. He continued in a gentle tone, "His Majesty also mentioned that although we have achieved the expected goal, the expeditionary army has still paid a heavy price. However, this is unavoidable. After all, we are fighting against Sparta, who dominates Greece with their military strength, and not the weak Tarentum. Many soldiers have died in the battle, but this is war. His Majesty has been through hundreds of battles, and he will not blame anyone for this. On the contrary, he encourages us not to have any concerns, to continue to unite as one, to fight with all our strength, and finally achieve the strategic goal set by the kingdom." Clodocatax's words made the garrison generals feel greatly relieved, especially Tessus, whose face instantly looked much better. Clodocatax saw that his words had an effect, and he was also happy. He knew very well that Eudorus's death was not only a heavy burden on him, but also on the generals who fought against Peloponnesus. Especially Tessus, his face was written with self-blame almost every day. Clodocatax did not resent Tessus, only sympathy. Under the circumstances of the sudden change of the battle, as the commander-in-chief, he was already panicking, but Tessus was able to take a more timely and correct response, thus ensuring that the First Legion was not defeated by Sparta, laying the foundation for the final victory of the battle. For this reason, he had talked to Tessus in private once, but the effect was not obvious. Fortunately, the Devers wrote the letter in time. Although the letter did not directly mention Eudorus's name, it let Tessus feel that the Devers understood and encouraged him, so the whole state of mind of Tessus changed. Patroclus looked at the scene in front of him silently. When he received the news of Eudorus's death, he was indeed shocked and sad, but not as sad as his wife. After all, he and Eudorus did not have a good relationship. Eudorus had an inexplicable hostility towards him, so the two of them did not interact much. At this moment, what surprised him was the change in Clodocatax. A few years ago, when he was the commander of the legion in Rome, he was very close to Clodocatax. In his impression, the young prince was gentle, serious, diligent, and amiable. But today, when he saw him again, the young prince's speech and behavior were a bit more dignified. "Commander Patroclus." Clodocatax looked at his brother-in-law and said loudly, "Next, please tell us about the follow-up military plan that His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs have discussed and formulated." Patroclus came back to his senses, looked around, and said in a clear voice, "Everyone who has been fighting here for more than 3 months, according to the latest military plan drawn up by His Majesty, you will still need to hold on here independently for a period of time, because the army I am leading is not here to reinforce you." "What?" Hearing this, Olivers, Tegthenus, and the other generals were surprised, while Printos looked pensive. Without waiting for them to ask, Patroclus continued, "The Ministry of Military Affairs has made a deduction before. The Peloponnesus Peninsula is not large, but there are many mountains. If we fight the enemy head-on in Messenia and Laconia, we will not be able to fully deploy our superior forces. Although we can repel them, we will not be able to destroy them better. On the contrary, the defeated Greek coalition forces will retreat to their own city-states, which will greatly extend the time it takes for us to conquer Greece. And our army wants to land on the flank of the Greek coalition forces and carry out a pincer attack. The only place suitable for a large-scale landing is Elis, because our previous conquest of Zacynthus, Caronia, and other islands has already strengthened their defenses along the coast. Furthermore, the Greek coalition forces are south of Elis, and reinforcements can arrive at any time. Landing there will undoubtedly cost us a lot, and we may not succeed. In addition, the Ministry of Military Affairs has also received intelligence that the Greek coalition forces have strengthened their defenses along the coast of Attica and Pyotia, but it is useless for them to do so. His Majesty has already set the target for our surprise attack. With an expression of admiration, Patroclus said in a more serious tone, "That is Thessaly. It is reported that more than half of the Greek coalition forces are Thessaly's soldiers, and their combat power is also the strongest. They are the absolute main force of the Greek coalition forces. We have to take advantage of the fact that their rear is empty to send a large army to quickly launch a surprise attack and occupy the entire territory of Thessaly. Then, the Thessaly army that is still fighting here will inevitably collapse without a fight. When the Thessaly army retreats, the Greek coalition forces will naturally collapse." Olivers and the other generals were suddenly enlightened after hearing this. Printos revealed a look of understanding and cautiously reminded them, "The Greek coalition forces know that they are strengthening their defenses along the coast in central Greece, so they should not ignore Thessaly." Sir Printos is right. The Ministry of Military Affairs has received news from Philai that Iazon has indeed sent troops to strengthen the defense of the southern coast of Philai. Patroclus did not dare to belittle the Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs, who was wise and had made great contributions. He explained in a serious manner, "But our main landing point is not in the east of Thessaly, but in the north, in the territory of Peleus and Macedonia, and in the south, in Lamia. Although Macedonia did not join the Greek coalition, it has lent its soldiers to Sparta and Athens. In fact, they are hired. It is also the enemy of Dionia. The Lamia region was forced to rely on Iazon not long ago, and Peleus is far away from the center of Thessaly. Their strength is not strong, and they are not very loyal to Iazon. So far, we have not found that they have strengthened their defenses along the coast." As Printos listened, he recalled the geography of the east coast of Greece and the situation of the sea. After pondering for a while, he asked again, "How many soldiers are participating in the landing battle?" "There are the 2nd Legion, Legio III, 5th Legion, 9th Legion, 10th Legion, 11th Legion, 12th Legion, 13th Legion, 2nd and 3rd Cavalry Legions, Gallic Brigade, including 6,000 Gallic warriors and 2,000 Gallic cavalry, 2,000 Balearic catapults. There are 80,000 soldiers who are going to land directly for the battle." As Patroclus said, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh yes, including the fleet infantry of the 3 fleets that are escorting us, there are nearly 100,000 combat soldiers in total." When Patroclus finished, the generals present widened their eyes. 100,000 soldiers were deployed at once. What a grand scene it would be! Chapter 12:10. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had only been 2 large-scale battles like this. During the War of the Western Mediterranean, the King of Devers personally led the main force to fight against Carthage's army in Sicily. However, some of the soldiers in that war were provided by their allies, so there were a lot of impurities in the 100,000 soldiers. The second time was during the War of Gaul, when Leotychides led the army to conquer Mountain Gaul, but in fact, the main force led by him did not have 100,000 soldiers. Including the division led by Patroclus, it only exceeded 100,000 soldiers. The Balearic Stoners were a special army of Dionia, officially organized by the Ministry of Military Affairs. They were trained by the 18th Legion stationed in the Iberian region, and occasionally participated in battles against the Iberian natives. The Gaul Brigade was also a regular army. The Ministry of Military Affairs referred to the former Rome Reserve Brigade, hoping to eventually turn it into a regular army through time. It had been trained and commanded by the 14th Legion stationed in the Po River region, and had also participated in the war against the Ligurians together with the border army. Now, Liguria had basically been pacified except for a few places that were still resisting stubbornly. The Gaul Brigade's contributions could not go unnoticed, and Patroclus was able to lead such a huge army to carry out such an important battle at such a young age. It was truly enviable. Olivers, Tegthenos, and the other generals watched Patroclus speak with great confidence and awe, but not a hint of disdain. After all, Patroclus had come up with several miraculous strategies in Etruria, wiping out the invading Roman army in a very short time. Later on, he had stationed his army in Mountain Gaul, and in a few years not only stabilized the Po River region, but also almost conquered Liguria. That was why he could become the commander-in-chief of the landing campaign, because of his outstanding leadership skills and past achievements, and not because he was the son-in-law of the Devers king. Printos, on the other hand, did not have these complicated thoughts. His mind was focused on the upcoming landing operation. He furrowed his brows and continued to ask, 100,000 soldiers will require at least 2,000 ships to transport, and there will be multiple landing sites. There are many islands on the east coast of Greece, and the coastline is winding. How will we be able to reach the landing site as quickly and accurately as possible? How could they ensure the safety of the fleet at sea? Let me answer these questions. Sicerian took the responsibility and said, "The maritime security of this landing operation will be handled by me, Mytilades, and Stephacas. The first flotilla, second flotilla, and third flotilla, a total of 1,200 warships, will escort all the fleets transporting soldiers and supplies and participate in the battle when appropriate." Currently, there were only 2 city-states in the Greek alliance that could cause trouble for the transport fleet, Athens and Thessaly. According to intelligence, the Athens navy had more than 80 warships, of which 50 were 3-tiered warships. Recently, due to the support of its naval allies, there might be more than 100. The Athens navy's tactical ability is relatively strong, their ship-handling skills are high, and they are aggressive. 7 days ago, the main force of our navy assisted the army on the west coast to capture the island. The Athens fleet actually quietly approached Lagania Bay and fought with the first flotilla fleet that stayed behind. Because the people of Athens were not familiar with our tactics, they lost several warships and later took the initiative to retreat. This was also a small victory for our navy. On the other hand, Thessaly's fleet has only been established a few years ago. However, it is said that Ison has invested a lot in it and now there are nearly 100 warships in it. However, it has yet to engage in any major battles. Up until now, our intelligence personnel have not seen this fleet patrolling the sea. A fleet that likes to stay in the port doesn't possess any combat power. So according to the analysis of the enemy's situation, our navy made the following combat deployment on the day of the landing. The Second Fleet and the Third Fleet left the port before the transport fleet set off. The battleships of the Second Fleet blockaded Serone Bay, and the Third Fleet blockaded Pagasa Bay, the bay to the east of Thessaly, to prevent the warships of Athens and Thessaly from going out to sea to attack the transport fleet. The 5 subfleets of the first flotilla fleet escorted each transport fleet to the landing land. At this point, Sicerian swallowed his saliva, moistened his throat, and continued, "In addition, I want to talk about the transport fleet that landed this time. When the Ministry of Military Affairs recruited transport ships in various port towns of the kingdom a month ago, they deliberately chose merchant ships that were familiar with the coastal routes of northern Greece. In this regard, the Chamber of Commerce in various regions provided great help, so there was no need to worry about the crew not being familiar with the routes. Moreover, the Ministry of Military Affairs took the time to organize the more than 2,000 transport ships, clarify their respective tasks, and conduct unified training, so there was no need to worry about the fleet being too disorderly during the landing. During this season, the Aegean Sea has more southerly winds, so we will choose the day when the southern winds are stronger as the landing day. According to my judgment, it may only take half a day for the fleet to reach the destination. Printos listened carefully, and his frown did not completely relax. When our huge fleet sails to the north, the threat that we will face may not only be the navy of Athens and Thessaly. I know that Lord Printos is talking about the navy of Persia. This time, it was Mytilades who interrupted. He and Sicerian looked at each other and said with a smile, "We have not taken the navy of Persia lightly. Since the first fleet was stationed in the southern waters of Peloponnesus, we have been sending fast ships to monitor the movements of the fleets of Persia in Asia Minor. So far, we have not found any abnormalities. After our second fleet returned from Egypt, we sent more fast ships to the waters near Crete to strengthen our observation of the waters of Phoenicia. From the information we have received now, the Persia has begun to attack Egypt. A large number of warships are concentrated in Tyre and Sidon in Phoenicia. There is no sign of a large-scale westward movement to help Greece." After listening, Printos still asked with some concern, 100,000 soldiers consume a lot of rations every day. How are you going to solve it after you land? Patroclus answered without hesitation, the Ministry of Military Affairs requires every soldier to carry 5 days of rations. After the successful landing, we will occupy the nearby port towns as soon as possible, such as Lamia and Peleus, to ensure that our ships carrying supplies can enter the port to unload. Of course, this is only temporary. The real base that can provide logistics for the entire army should be Philai. And according to the information we received, Philai has a large reserve of rations prepared for Iazon's army. So, our landing troops must break into the hinterland of Thessaly as soon as possible and occupy Philai as soon as possible. Patroclus smiled and said confidently, "His Majesty also values Philai very much. He has made some arrangements in advance. I believe that it will be of great help to successfully occupy Philai. It's already the end of July now. When we attack, it will be August. The wheat is about to ripen, and Thessaly has a large number of fertile wheat fields that can supply us with rations for the next few months." At this moment, Printos's expression finally relaxed a little. He looked at the generals who had just arrived in Sparta and said in a serious tone, "It seems that His Majesty is taking this landing operation very seriously. He has already ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to make a lot of preparations. I believe that all of you have also led the army to conduct landing operations many times. I no longer have any doubts. I just hope that all of you will continue to pay close attention to the movements in the Aegean Sea in the next few days and improve your landing plan according to the actual situation." Obviously, Printos said these words as the chief of staff. Patroclus and the other generals nodded solemnly. Then, Patroclus looked at Clodocatax and asked with concern, "Whether we can successfully land on Thessaly or not, the key is whether we can defend this place or not. I heard that you have suffered a lot of losses in the battle against Sparta, and now you are facing a large-scale attack from the allied Greek forces. Are you a little short of manpower? Do you need me to send some troops to support you?" After fighting in Peloponnesus for more than 2 months, Clodocatax was no longer as lacking in confidence as he was in the beginning. He answered confidently, "In fact, we did not suffer a lot of losses in the battle against Sparta. 4 legions and 1 cavalry legion are still intact. In addition, we can also organize about 15,000 young Helots and Pereasians from Messenia and Laconia. Our total military strength can reach 45,000, which is not much different from the allied Greek forces. Moreover, they are attacking and we are defending. We have more than enough troops. Also, judging from the previous battle, the allied Greek forces are not good at sieges. Their siege weapons are simple, and their methods are very simple. They are not even brave enough to pose a big threat to our defensive camp. In fact, even without your landing, We are confident that we can hold on until the Greek forces have low morale and have no choice but to retreat." When Patroclus heard that, he suddenly frowned and reminded, "I suggest that you don't defend too forcefully. You should also make some appropriate concessions so that the Greek coalition army won't want to retreat. We need to keep the Greek coalition army in the Peloponnese so that they can't rescue Thessaly in time." Clodocatax was stunned. "Commander Patroclus is right. Previously, we defended tenaciously to defend Messenia and Laconia. Now, to ensure the smooth implementation of the landing plan, we can consider making a slight concession, such as taking the initiative to give up a defensive camp." Printos, who was reminded, quickly replied, "Commander Patroclus is right." Chapter 12:11. Olivers glanced at Patroclus and objected, "Now that the Greek coalition army is still attacking fiercely, and the defenses at the border of Messenia are relatively weak, if we take the initiative to retreat, and if we don't control it well, it's very likely that the Greek coalition army will charge into the Messenian plains. Yes, once the Greek coalition army charges into the Messenian plains, even if we retreat to Messenia, the land that has just been divided to the citizens of Messenia and the established villages will be destroyed, and our efforts over the past few months will be in vain." Tegthenos also reminded, "Most importantly, the port of Messenia has no defenses, and there are a lot of resources and ships there. If it falls into the hands of the Greek coalition army, it will be a great loss for us." Regardless of what kind of mentality they had, most of the generals stationed in Laconia and Messenia did not agree with Patroclus and Printos, and this made Patroclus show a displeased expression. After listening carefully, Clodocatax pondered for a while, and finally said with a straight face, "Generals, defeating the Greek coalition army and taking control of Greece is the ultimate goal that the kingdom has given our expeditionary force, and the most important military operation to achieve this goal is to land on the mainland and attack Thessaly. As a part of the expeditionary force, we have to fight at Peloponnesus as much as possible to restrain the main force of the Greek coalition army, and ensure the success of the landing operation. Therefore, there is no need to discuss whether to retreat in the north of Messenia, but to focus on how to retreat to ensure that there are no major problems with our defense. Unity and tacit cooperation are the most important weapons for the army of the Kingdom of Dionia to win every battle. Regardless of whether His Majesty personally leads the army, we should carry it forward." At this moment, Olivers and the others seemed to see the shadow of the King of Devers in Clodocatax, and they could not help but shudder, not daring to argue any more. Printos showed a gratified smile. On the morning of the 3rd of August, the sky brightened very early, and the sky was exceptionally blue, without a single cloud in sight. A strong southern wind was blowing on the surface of the sea, pushing wave after wave of water against the shore. In the two bays of Legania and Messenia, thousands of cargo ships and warships rose and fell with the waves, but the soldiers and crew on each ship were either standing or sitting, with their upper bodies straight, heads bowed, hands stretched out, palms facing up, eyes closed, silently praying to the god of the sea, Poseidon. On the flagships of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets, the three fleet commanders, Sicerian, Mytilades, and Stephacas, stood at the bow of the ship. They raised their wine glasses and sang a song dedicated to Poseidon. Then, they sprinkled the wine into the sea to bless the trip. Woo! The bugle sounded, and the flagship of the 2nd Fleet immediately raised the colored flag representing the voyage. All the battleships of the 2nd Fleet that were already on the outskirts of Legania Bay began to set sail. Almost at the same time, bugles sounded in Miseria Bay, and the warships of the 3rd Fleet also moved out, until the sailors in the bay could no longer see the 2nd Fleet's battleship. Woo! The bugle sounded again in Legania Bay. "Clotho, it's time for us to go." Patroclus, who was on the ship, solemnly gave a military salute. "May the Hades bless you. I'll wait for the news of your victory." Clodocatax, who was on the pier, returned the military salute and offered his blessings. Patroclus returned to his seat, then calmly watched as the ship he was on followed the other troop ships full of soldiers out of Hiller's port in an orderly manner. These troop ships formed their own formations in Lagania Bay according to their previous training, and then joined up with the subfleets of the first flotilla that had been waiting outside, forming 3 large mixed formations and a single fleet. Then, these fleets set sail in order of landing targets from north to south. The process seemed simple, but it was actually extremely complicated. It took a lot of effort just to get all the soldiers to board the ships and leave the port. Therefore, in Lagania Bay, there were dozens of fast ships shuttling back and forth between thousands of ships. Although the whole process was still a little chaotic, overall it was relatively smooth. An hour later, it was finally the turn of the fleet Patroclus was on to set sail. As they were sailing against the wind, not only were the crew members doing their best to row the boat, even the soldiers on the ship were joining in. They shouted the chant along with the crew and moved the oars rhythmically. The helmsman controlled the rudder and made the boat sail southeast in a zigzag pattern. About half an hour later, the fleet rounded the headland. At this time, the crew climbed up the mast, untied the ropes, and lowered the sails. The wind immediately puffed up the sails, and the fleet that originally looked like a weak old man staggering with the help of a walking stick immediately turned into a group of energetic youths sprinting with all their might. The strong south wind made the entire fleet sail northward as if they had wings. At this time, the second fleet had arrived at Serone's Bay, and in order to better block the Athens fleet, the Mytilades also divided the fleet into 2 parts, blocking the sea passage at the north and south ends of Ina Island respectively. Upon receiving the news, the admiral of the Athens navy, Caprias, quickly rushed to the nearby coast. Standing on high ground, he could see the deployment of the Dionysian fleet in the bay more clearly. Just as he was pondering the reason why the Dionysian fleet was hovering near Ina Island, neither attacking nor leaving, Callisostratus, who had rushed over after hearing the news, anxiously shouted from afar, "Caprias, the Dionysian fleet that has disappeared for some time has suddenly reappeared. Are they preparing to attack us? I've been observing here for some time. The Dionysian fleet is arranged in a loose formation and has been blocking the sea passage to the north of Ina Island. Although they are attacking merchant ships that want to enter and leave, it seems that they have no intention of continuing west and attacking Piraeus." Caprias pointed at the almost motionless Dionysian fleet under the coast and comforted him. "Moreover, we are now prepared. The warships at Piraeus harbor and Salamiga Island are all ready for battle, and we have also stationed many light infantry. If the Dionysian fleet really dares to enter that narrow passage and attack our harbor, it will instead be a good thing." "You mean?" Callisostratus walked to his side and looked down at the enemy ships on the sea, and asked with a slightly agitated tone, "Let the victory at Salamiga repeat? This is just a wish of mine." Caprias recalled the naval battle with the Dionysian fleet in Lagania Bay some time ago, and could not help but shake his head. "But the Dionysian fleet is well trained, and it is very likely that they will not make such a mistake. There are many warships in the Dionysian fleet." Callisostratus looked down at the sea and asked thoughtfully. They had disappeared from the Aegean Sea for a period of time. At that time, you analyzed that they had gone to attack the islands in the west, so you took the initiative to lead the fleet to attack Lagania Bay. Now that they have suddenly appeared in Serone's Bay, do you think they have a purpose? Or is it just to retaliate against us by attacking our merchant ships? Before and after the Peloponnesian War, the generals of Athens not only had to speak eloquently at the council and give advice for the development of the city, but they also had to personally lead the citizen soldiers into battle. Common and Pericles had done so, and Thrasybulus had even died on the battlefield. However, the frequent wars had also set high requirements for the quality of the generals of the Athens army, and it began to cause divisions in the leadership of the Athens army. There were politicians like Callisostratus, who specialized in politics, and generals like Iphicrates and Caprias who specialized in war. Therefore, Callisostratus had a good relationship with Iphicrates and Caprias, and often consulted them about military matters. It's hard to say now, I think. While Caprias was still muttering to himself, a cavalryman hurried over. General Caprias, there's news from Ina Island. Dionia's warships have not only blocked the northern sea passage, but also the southern sea passage. They are intercepting and attacking any merchant ships that want to enter or leave. Callisostratus' expression changed drastically. Are the Dionia trying to completely block our sea trade? From the looks of it, the Dionysian fleet has probably deployed about 200 warships, and if they want to block that end, they probably need to deploy a similar number of warships. A few hundred warships, tens of thousands of crew, such a large-scale operation. Just to block our merchant ships, it's not worth it. Caprias was deep in thought, and suddenly his expression changed. If the Dionysian fleet is not only trying to block our merchant ships, but also to block our fleet, to prevent our warships from entering the Aegean Sea and threatening their fleet. Fleet? What fleet? Callisostratus was stunned and immediately asked. It could be transporting supplies or soldiers. The scale of the fleet should be very large. Otherwise, their fleet could completely protect us. The more he thought about it, the more certain Capria's tone became. You mean they're going to disembark? Callisostratus exclaimed. We can't rule out this possibility. Haven't we always been worried that the Dionysian army will disembark again? Caprias said solemnly. Callisostratus became nervous. We have to confirm whether the Dionysian army is going to disembark. Where are they going to disembark? Caprias, you have to lead the fleet to break through the Dionysian fleet's blockade, enter the Aegean Sea, and find out if Dionia's fleet is going to disembark. Then, you have to obstruct and destroy it. Chapter 12:12. Callistratus, calm down. Cabrias shouted with a serious expression, Look at the Dionia warships there. They outnumber us by far, and their combat power is also very strong. Previously, I led the fleet to attempt a sneak attack on Lagenia Bay but failed. If I rashly lead the fleet to break through the blockade, we may only be surrounded by them, causing our few warships to be destroyed. By then, we will completely lose control of the Aegean Sea. Even if they really want to land, we are already prepared. The only place where the Dionia can land is Marathon Beach. We have a temporary defensive camp with a few thousand soldiers stationed there. Once there are any abnormalities, we can send another few thousand soldiers into the city. We can completely guarantee the safety of the whole of Attica. Athens' defense is tight. Of course, I don't need to worry. I am worried that Dionia will attack the other allies. If they are attacked by Dionia, the Greek allied forces that are fighting the Dionysian army at Peloponnesus will definitely be affected, Callistratus said anxiously. Cabrias said calmly, Don't panic. First, we have to determine if the Dionia are really going to land. Although the Dionysian fleet has sealed off Serone's Bay, it is impossible for them to seal off the north coast of Attica, which has almost no coastal towns. However, we have many fishing villages on the north coast. I will immediately send a messenger to inform the fishermen on the north coast. Let them row their boats and carefully explore the Aegean Sea to see if there is any abnormality. Callistratus suddenly realized and turned to rush away. Cabrias turned his gaze back to the sea and sighed softly. A little shame rose in his heart. He had led the navy to defeat the Sparta fleet several times, but now he was facing the powerful Dionia navy. He was indeed a little timid. Shortly after the first fleet sealed off Serone's Bay, the third fleet had also bypassed Euboea Island on the northeast side of Attica and arrived at Pagasa Bay. The mountain range on the northern border of Thessaly extended to the sea in the southeast, and then tried its best to draw close to the mountain range on the southern border, forming a natural breakwater and a nearly circular bay with an entrance of only about 10 miles. Perhaps because the mountain range that formed the breakwater was too tall, Thessaly's people did not build a water gate and lighthouse at the entrance. Instead, it was beneficial for the Third Fleet to blockade the area. This caused the merchant ships in the bay to hide in the port of Philae in fear, and the Philae fleet did not dare to show up. About 20 minutes later, the Dionia troop transport fleet arrived. The Third Fleet immediately sailed into the bay and went straight to the only port town in the bay, Philae. This made the people of Philae even more nervous. At this time, it was Iasion's right-hand man, Acidamus, who was in charge of the city of Philae. When he heard the news of the Dionysian fleet attack, he did not panic too much. He immediately ordered the garrison in the city to rush to the port's breakwater to defend. The territory of Philae was ranked last among the city-states of Thessaly. Its urban area was even narrower. The reason why it was rich was that it had the only commercial port in the entire Thessaly. The entire Thessaly region was almost surrounded by mountains, and it was extremely inconvenient to trade on land. Hence, Philae had completely taken advantage of the convenience of the sea trade. Naturally, the people of Philae were very concerned about the safety of the port. After Iasion became the usurper, he put in a lot of effort to defend the port. Not only did he strengthen the breakwater, but he also raised the wall on the ground and reduced the water gate. He also added a military port in the port and formed a fleet. Therefore, even though the Dionysian fleet came suddenly, Acidamus was not worried that they would threaten the safety of the port of Philae. However, not long after, he received a report from the cavalry. A Dionia fleet has appeared on the coast of Almyros. There are many Dionia soldiers landing there. The coast of Almyros was the only low-lying land on the eastern coast of Thessaly. Why would the people of Thessaly build Philae in such a narrow location in the northern part of the coast instead of building a port town in the larger Almyros? This was because several rivers in the territory of Thessaly flowed into the bay from here. The soil washed down by the rivers accumulated here over the years, forming a large swamp and beach. To completely fill and drain the swamp and finally turn it into a land suitable for human habitation and farming, it required continuous efforts and advanced filling and draining technique. The people of Thessaly were still regarded as barbarians by the Greeks decades ago. In addition to the rich and fertile land in their territory, there was no urgent need for them to build a city here. Hence, the original state of the coast of Almyros had been preserved until today. Acidamus was a little panicked when he received the news. Although he knew that the coast of Almyros was full of mud and it was difficult for horses and men to travel, some of the information about the kingdom of Dionia these days made him feel uneasy. He sent someone to inform Polydorus while he led the guards out of the city on horseback. Standing on the mountain to the south of Philae, Acidamus could clearly see the vast Almyros depression. There were many ships docked on the coast, even some Dionia warship. Dionia soldiers, mainly fleet infantry, were constantly disembarking from the ships and standing on the inky beach. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to distinguish them. But on the beach there was a conspicuous yellow mark that was constantly extending and expanding. Acidamus looked carefully for a while, and his heart suddenly raced. The people of Dionia were building roads on the beach. Just when he was feeling very uneasy, Iasion's brother, Polydorus, arrived, accompanied by another brother, Polyphron. After carefully observing the situation of the Almyros depression, Polydorus, who had been granted temporary military power by Iasion, comforted Acidamus. "You don't have to worry. Our troops have entered the defensive camp in the mountains around Almyros and are ready for battle. And with the speed of Dionia's road building, by the time they walk out of the beach, Thessaly's municipal militia will have arrived. The Dionysian army will not be able to break through our heavily guarded camp and enter the hinterland of Thessaly." At this point, he looked up at the sky and then said confidently, "If they do not retreat by dusk, they will be bitten by countless mosquitoes at night. When we attack tomorrow, maybe they will raise their hands and surrender." Compared to Iasion, Polydorus was more stable, so his words dispelled Acidamus's uneasiness. He immediately said goodbye to the two, and rushed back to Philii to calm the panicked people and stabilize the order in the city. Polydorus, why don't you let me lead the light shield troops to attack the people of Dionia and give them a taste of our strength first? Polyphron asked loudly. Polydorus waved his hand and refused. There is no need. Attacking now will only scare them away. Let's not do anything and give the people of Dionia the illusion that Thessaly's rear is indeed empty. Let them be tired for a long time, and then we can think about the issue of a surprise attack. Polyphron was a little angry when he was refused. Looking at the back of his second brother, he could not help but spit and scolded in a low voice, "Coward!" What the Polydorus brothers did not know was that the 13th Legion of Dionia and the infantry of the fleet that landed on the coast of Miltoros was just a feint to contain the remaining troops of Thessaly. The real landing place was not here. Half an hour later, the people of Peleus were horrified to see a huge fleet of Dionia approaching the coast near the city. The northeastern border of Thessaly was separated by a series of mountains connected by Mount Olympus, Mount Ossa, Mount Pelion, and other high mountains. Among these high mountains, there was a relatively easy passage to enter the territory of Macedonia in the north. This was the valley formed by the Pineos River passing through the mountains. Over the years, the mud carried by the river piled up at the mouth of the river north of the mountains, forming a small depression. The people of Thessaly built a small city called Peleus here. Since Peleus was outside the traditional territory of Thessaly and close to the territory of Macedonia, many people of Thessaly did not regard it as a member of the city-states of Thessaly. For safety, it often stayed close to Macedonia. Therefore, the city-states of Thessaly to the south often alienated it and were unwilling to interact with it. Furthermore, it was not rich in resources, so the port trade had not been developed. It was not until Iazon became Tarchus and formally incorporated it into the Thessaly alliance. In order to promote the prosperity of Thessaly's trade, Acidamas even removed the sentry posts to the south of the valley. Not only did the sea trade of Peleus improve, but the land trade also developed. Therefore, the people of Peleus were very grateful to Iazon and always responded to his call. Although Peleus was not a large city, when Iazon mobilized and formed the army of Thessaly to the south, Peleus provided nearly 3,000 soldiers, which was almost all the young and middle-aged citizens of the city-state. Now, when they saw the tide of Dionia soldiers swarming to the coast, they were frightened and regretful. "Hurry! Hurry up! Brothers, hurry up!" Matones, the commander of the 2nd Legion, who was already in his 50s, was still as vigorous as ever. He was the first to reach the shore, stood on a rock, and shouted thunderously, urging the soldiers under him to hurry. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion were encouraged by the old commander. After jumping off the ship, they did not even have time to rest. Under the leadership of their respective captains, they held their shields and spears, stepped on the soft soil, and rushed south like a swarm of bees. Chapter 12-13. The people of Peleus shut the city gates tightly and were forced to pick up their weapons. When they climbed up the city walls, they trembled when they saw the Dionysian army surging towards them like a tidal wave. However, the 2nd Legion did not attack the city of Peleus. They went around the small city and went straight to the valley pass. The people of Peleus looked at the fleeing enemies in shock. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! More enemies are coming ashore." Thousands of soldiers in black were seen surging on the beach not far away. They landed on the beach, reorganized themselves, and quickly ran towards Peleus. Just when the people of Peleus felt that they would not be able to escape this time, the Dionysian army went around the city again and entered the valley pass. Matones, who was fully armed, was old after all. After running with the soldiers for a while, his stamina could no longer keep up. Even when he had to stop to catch his breath, he did not forget to ask his adjutant to urge the soldiers to move forward on his behalf. After all, among the few landing sites chosen by the Ministry of Military Affairs, Peleus had the best geographical conditions and location. The only worry was that the people of Thessaly would send troops to block the valley pass after receiving the news. Therefore, the Second Legion had to seize every second to open up this passage to the hinterland of Thessaly. Although the soldiers of the Second Legion had been conserving their energy on the ship, they were still wearing armor and holding weapons after disembarking. Anyone would feel tired after running nonstop for a long time, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. This was because there was a belief in their hearts that supported them. Before the operation, Martones mobilized all the soldiers and said passionately, "This landing operation is an unprecedented military operation. It will definitely be recorded in the history of the Kingdom of Dionia and be remembered by future generations. It is precisely because the Ministry of Military Affairs thinks that the Second Legion is the best among the participating legions that they have assigned us to take on the most important assault mission in this landing operation. The success of the landing operation mainly depends on whether we can occupy the pass in time. Haven't we always been competing with the First Legion? Back in the day, they marched more than 10 miles at Wolsey and defeated the Roman army, has always been bragging about it. Tomorrow, we will use our victory to tell them that marching more than 10 miles is nothing. The strongest legion in the kingdom will only be us, the Second Legion." This unyielding belief supported the soldiers of the Second Legion to keep moving forward. In the past 2 years, the Peleus people had built a flat road through the valley in order to better communicate with the city of Thessaly, which was located at the south of the mountain range. This had also helped the Second Legion in their rapid march. Finally, the light armor battalion of the 2nd Army Division, which was running at the front, saw the exit of the valley and the defensive camp at the exit. However, in the eyes of the soldiers, the camp was too simple. There was no trench in front of the camp, and there might not be any traps. The camp's walls were wooden fences, no more than 3 meters high, and there were only 2 sentry towers. Most importantly, there were only a few defenders on the wooden walls. They screamed in panic when they saw the soldiers coming. In order to show their sincerity to the people of Peleus, Iazon asked the people of Larissa to dismantle the sentry posts at the entrance of the valley. Some time ago, Iazon was reminded by Iphicrates, so he sent a messenger back to Thessaly to ask the city-states to strengthen their vigilance to prevent a surprise landing by the Dionysian army. Although the people of Larissa did not believe that the Dionysian army would land on the remote and narrow coast of Peleus, they still built a defensive camp at the entrance of the valley to be prepared. However, due to the lack of time, they built it carelessly just to feel at ease. Now, the only mercenary force in Thessaly was led by Polydorus, stationed outside the city of Philae, mainly to ensure the safety of Philae and the coast of Elmyros. It was unrealistic for Larissa to send citizen soldiers to guard the camp in the valley for a long time. Therefore, the method they adopted was to send a small number of citizens to guard the camp every few days. Once they learned that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast of Peleus, they would send a large force to guard the camp. Who knew that not long after Peleus' urgent messenger arrived at the camp, the Dionysian army would appear in front of them like a celestial army descending from the sky. This speed was way too fast. The messenger who went to deliver the news might not even have reached Larissa city yet. Could it be that the people of Peleus deliberately delayed the time of reporting the news? The panicked defenders could not help but have such doubts, but the grim situation outside the camp did not allow them to think too much about it. As soon as the light armor brigade of Dionia stood still outside the camp, the light infantry brigade responsible for carrying the siege ladders arrived. After handing the wooden ladders to the light armor brigade, they began to spread out and approach the camp. The sparse arrows shot by the defenders did not cause any damage to the Dionia soldiers. On the contrary, it was a rain of arrows that covered the sky. Amidst the screams of the defenders, the light armor brigade put wooden ladders on the wooden wall and quickly captured the camp in the valley. The news of the victory was quickly spread from one end of the valley to the other, accompanied by cheers. Matones was relieved when he heard the news and called for the messenger. "Go and inform Commander Lazaru immediately. Tell him that the Valley Pass has been opened, and he can lead the army to land on the coast of Peleus." "Yes, sir." There were 2 fleets that landed on the north side of Thessaly. One was led by Matones with the 2nd Legion, 5th Legion, and 2nd Cavalry Legion to land on the coast of Peleus. The other was led by Lazaru with the 3rd Legion and 9th Legion to land on the coast south of the Macedonian town of Dion further north. They would cross the mountains south and enter the territory of Thessaly. As the journey of Lazaru's army would be longer and more difficult, and they might even encounter some native tribes living in the mountains, Patroclus stayed in Sparta for a few days. After carefully questioning the people of Sparta who had fought in Macedonia, he learned more information. After careful consideration, he decided to modify the landing plan formulated by the Ministry of Military Affairs and let Lazaru's fleet temporarily stop near the coast of Peleus. Once it was confirmed that Matones's army had successfully launched a surprise attack, Lazaru could also lead his army to enter Thessaly through the Valley Pass without taking the long way around. However, if Matones failed, the 2 armies could continue north and land in the territory of Macedonia. They could then take care of each other as they crossed the mountains. Therefore, when Lazaru received the news that the 2nd Legion had passed the mountain pass and entered the hinterland of Thessaly, he was overjoyed and immediately ordered the fleet to approach the coast of Peleus. Wave after wave of the Dionysian army landed on the coast and quickly rushed into the Valley Pass. The citizens of Peleus watched this scene repeat itself, and their initial panic gradually turned into numbness. When the last 3 companies of the 9th Legion reached the coast, they no longer hurriedly went around the city of Peleus. Instead, under the leadership of their captain, they carried siege ladders and went straight to Peleus. Behind the army was an old man with an extraordinary bearing, as well as a group of administrative officials. With the road leading to the hinterland of Thessaly open, the Dionysian army finally slowed down their advance and attacked the city of Peleus. After all, after conquering the city, the ships carrying supplies could enter the port, and the army's logistical supplies would no longer be a problem. But just as the Dionysian army was getting into position and preparing to attack the city, the gates of Peleus opened. The citizens of Peleus were terrified by the sheer number of enemies they had witnessed since the beginning of the Dionysian army's arrival. Moreover, there were no young citizens in the city who could be the main force to fight. They had long lost their will to fight, and surrender was to be expected. When the officials of Peleus begged the Dionysian army not to harm the citizens in the city in fear and trepidation, the old man in the lead said amiably, "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate fully and do not do anything hostile, we will definitely ensure your safety and the safety of your property." At this point, the old man looked at the still uneasy officials of Peleus and said meaningfully, "Let me tell you a secret. This is the hometown of our great King Devers. He grew up in Dyryx." The officials of Peleus were shocked and at a loss. After a while, an old man of Peleus said softly, "Dyryx? That's a village near the border of Macedonia. It was destroyed by the Macedonians decades ago." With the old man's reminder, the officials suddenly remembered the existence of such a village. At that time, Peleus was ostracized by the other city-states of Thessaly, but it was unwilling to be confined to this small and narrow land. Taking advantage of the time when the Macedonians were involved in the Peloponnesus War, it quietly built villages along the coast to the north to expand its territory. But after the Peloponnesus War ended, the Macedonians quickly sent troops to destroy the villages and loot the citizens. Peleus had no choice but to be humiliated and sue for peace. This was more than 30 years ago. The ruins of Dyryx were covered with weeds, and there were no signs of people living there. Many people of Peleus had also forgotten this painful memory. They never expected that a king would come from that remote little village. "Before I came here, His Majesty the King had warned me that as long as the people of Peleus surrendered sincerely, He would not allow any harm to come to them, because that is his hometown, and the people there are his compatriots. The old man said solemnly. Not only did the officials of Peleus dispel their worries, but they also led the Dionysian army into the city with joy. It was as if they were not forced to surrender, but were welcoming friendly troops. But in fact, the king Devers did not say such words at all. The old man still clearly remembered the conversation the king of Devers had with him that day. Helos, I heard that you have been very busy recently, and you come home late every day? Chapter 12:14. Your Majesty, our army is fighting a war against Sparta in Peloponnesus. We've consumed a lot of rations and supplies, and most of them are shipped out of Turin's port. In order to complete our mission smoothly, the officials in Turin will have to deal with more work. Now, the kingdom's administrative office and the Ministry of Military Affairs had notified the various regions, requesting for the various armies to assemble. This meant that they needed to prepare more rations and more transport ships to prepare for the upcoming war. Therefore, the officials in Turin will have to deal with more work. As the chief executive of Turin, if I don't set an example, how can I command my officials to do their jobs? It seems like you're holding a grudge. Do you know what our first target is going to be in the upcoming war? Your Majesty, I've left the army for many years. It's Thessaly. Thessaly? We've left Thessaly for more than 30 years. I'm afraid you've forgotten what your hometown is like. When we left Thessaly, the cities of Thessaly were still fighting each other. Now, Thessaly has Tarchus. This Iazon isn't weak. He's allowed Thessaly to join the Greek alliance. He's gathering his army and preparing to fight us in the south. This will be a big problem for our army. Your Majesty, are you planning to launch a surprise attack on Thessaly's territory while Iazon leads his army south? You said you've left the army for many years and are unfamiliar with military affairs, but your instincts are still very sharp. It's not easy to land such a long-distance and large-scale battle. It's not easy, but it will also surprise the enemy. Besides, we have the advantage of the sea. As long as the army is well prepared and trained, they will definitely be able to do it. Your Majesty, after the army has landed in Thessaly's territory and conquered those cities, what will we do with the entire Thessaly? You also know that those Greek city-states are capricious. Even if we win the war this time and finally force them to surrender, there may be Greek city-states standing up against us in a few years. In the end, they will form the Anti-Dionia alliance. Therefore, Thessaly is very important to us. To the north of it is Macedonia, and to the south are the Greek state. As long as we completely control it, we can completely suppress the expansion of the Greek city-states in the south and punish them at any time. We can also subdue Macedonia in the north, which looks ignorant and backward, but is actually a vast kingdom with great potential. You mean to make Thessaly's city-states become the vassals of the kingdom? No. I don't intend for Thessaly to become the second Carthage, nor do I intend for them to become the second Tarentum. I want to completely turn the entire Thessaly into a part of the kingdom's territory and let our former compatriots become citizens of the kingdom. This is also the reason why I called you here today. I want to appoint you as the regional governor of Thessaly, and I want to ask for your opinion. Of course, whether Thessaly can be successfully captured is not yet certain. Even if Thessaly is captured in the future, integrating Thessaly into the kingdom is still a difficult task, not to mention that you are now the governor of the central region of the kingdom. Suddenly transferring you to an area far away from the kingdom where everything is uncertain. Alas, it is indeed too difficult for you. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, I can choose someone else. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Thessaly. Helos did not regret accepting the appointment of the king of Devers so readily. On the contrary, the news that the landing army had successfully passed through the valley pass excited him. He was only worried about whether the army could go further and capture Larissa more smoothly. After all, it was his hometown. Just as the soldiers of the Second Legion landed on the coast of Peleus, the huge fleet led by Patroclus also arrived at the northern end of Euboea Island. Then each ship quickly folded up the sails and began to turn west. There were many offshore islands in the Greek mainland, and the coastline was winding. Although most of the captains of the entire fleet had relatively rich sailing experience in the Aegean Sea, they still carefully steered the ships to smoothly pass through the long and narrow channel. At the northern end of Euboea, there was a city-state called Artemisium. The people of the city-state panicked when they saw countless ships suddenly appearing in the sea near the port. They closed the city gates and the port, and all the young and middle-aged citizens were armed and on guard. Under their horrified gazes, the huge fleet did not approach the coast. Instead, it slowly headed west. Finally, the fleet of Dionia entered the Gulf of Malakos. Between the mountains on the southern border of Thessaly and the rolling mountains on the northern border of central Greece, there was a river called Sperseus. The river had flowed for thousands of years, forming a long and narrow plain along the river. At its mouth, there was also a large area of tidal flats. Only on the northwest side of the gulf, there was a cobblestone beach and a port. The Dionia fleet approached without a moment's pause. Patroclus was the first to land with the 12th Legion. He did not let the soldiers who landed attack the small port not far away. Instead, he ordered the 12th Legion to quickly move west. These soldiers from the Campanian plain and the Samones mountains had received Patroclus's command a few years ago and created a glorious annihilation of the Gallic invading army. Therefore, they trusted Patroclus's command. Without hesitation, they lined up in a column, stepped on the hard and slippery cobblestones with their feet in leather sandals, and staggered westward. The city of Lamia was about 15 miles from the landing site. About an hour later, the soldiers of the 12th Legion arrived at the city, panting. Patroclus saw that the gates of Lamia were closed and the city was full of soldiers. His heart sank. The Lamians were already on guard. Patroclus was already mentally prepared for this. After all, the fleet sailed slowly in the narrow channel, which was likely to give the Lamians sufficient time to be on guard. Since the surprise attack had failed, Patroclus quickly adjusted his mentality. He called for the messenger to ride to the land and inform the troops behind, take the port first and then come back to rendezvous. After the messenger left, he ordered the soldiers of the 12th Legion to rest and recover their strength first. He took the guards and went to observe the defense deployment and surrounding geography of Lamia. Lamia was somewhat similar to Peleus. It was also established by the Thessaly people. As the city was located outside the traditional territory of the Thessaly, coupled with the inconvenient transportation, the other city-states of Thessaly alienated it. Some even thought that Lamia was not a city-state of Thessaly. The Lamians themselves despised their Thessaly identity and were more willing to get close to the Greeks in the south. Although some Greek people regarded them as barbarians, they did have deeper contacts with the Greek city-states in the south. Of course, it was also because of the more convenient sea transportation with the Greek city-states in the south. After Iazon became Thessaly Tarchus, he did not rush to force Lamia to join the Thessaly alliance because he was afraid of arousing the vigilance of the Greek city-states in the south. It was not until the Battle of Leuctra, where the Greek overlord Sparta suffered a crushing defeat, that he finally did not hide his ambitions. When Thebes led the army north to return to Thessaly, he destroyed the city of Heraclea, not the city of Heraclea in Greece of the kingdom of Dionia, and occupied the hot spring pass. Lamia surrendered under his military deterrence, but it was still somewhat unwilling. Therefore, when Iazon carried out the military mobilization this time, Lamia did not provide too many soldiers. Now the Lamians felt fortunate that they still had enough power to protect themselves in the face of the Dionysian army's surprise attack. An hour later, the 10th Legion, the 11th Legion, the 3rd Cavalry Legion, and the Gallic Brigade arrived one after another. The militia of the Lamia Principality stood on the city wall, and they almost stopped breathing. countless Dionic soldiers in black helmets and black armor stood on the plains south of Lamia along the river. They were like the black tide roaring from the coast of Molokos, and they stretched as far as the eye could see. What was particularly eye-catching were the Dionia soldiers, actually, the Gallic soldiers, standing under the city wall. They were tall and strong, with fierce faces, wearing horned helmets and armor, holding big swords in their hands, and roaring like thunder. They were like ferocious beasts in human form, making people's hearts palpitate. Just when the Lamian citizen soldiers were shocked by the Dionysian army's valiant power, Patroclus did not immediately give the order to attack the city. Previously, he had carefully observed the city of Lamia. The Lamians should have learned from the Greeks' habit of building a city. They did not build the city on the flat riverside plains, but close to the mountains in the north, enclosing a low hill in the city area, becoming its acropolis. The north and left and right sides were surrounded by hills more than 200 meters high. Although it provided a barrier for the city, it also limited the expansion of the city area. Therefore, the Lamians could only expand the city area to the south of the plains, making the shape of the whole city of Lamia like a long-necked, round-bottomed pottery bottle. Such a geographical location made the Lamians feel that they had a good defensive advantage. They only needed to focus on defending the south wall to ensure the safety of Lamia. Patroclus ordered the 12th Legion and the Gallic Brigade to attack the hills on the south and north sides respectively. Although the height of the hill was not too low, the slope was gentle. Although the Lamians had set up a defensive camp on the top of the hill, there were not many troops. More than half of the 12th Legion were Samoyed soldiers. They and the Gauls were good at fighting in the mountains, and they were very tough. After paying some casualties, they occupied the top of the hill,